Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We are going to do some more of our Far Harad stuff tonight. We've got some infantry to finish, we got more of these fabulous Mahuds to finish. You can see all of the foliage on the base here. Well, that's going to happen after the painting. So yeah, we've got to kind of get our light tans going. We do have our fabulous burnt orange out on the palette here. That's over in the right over there. Hey there, Armored Wolf, sorry for the delay. And well, let me know if how much I need to send you for the Ossiarchs. I guess. Oh, geez. You know what? We didn't have all the skelly bits. Holy smokes! That's right. All we had was the texture plates. We didn't have all the stuff from Make It Epic basing with the previous Ossiarchs. Well, that's going to change everything, right, Armored Wolf? Holy smokes! It only just now occurred to me. Holy smokes, we got some fun stuff that we can use. Well, that's going to be cool. Looking forward to that. Here, let me actually get this. We'll do this. Maybe a little lighter here. See, I mean, we can. It's just like what we did with Minas Morgul, right? Armored Wolf, keeping it sort of in the same vein. I mean, they're Ossiarch Bone Reapers, right? So for sure, yeah, make it epic basing bits. I mean, it's all Sigmar too, right? So it's going to be the same round basis, so that should work really well. I was baking more Sculpey today. Uh, some terracotta stuff for again the stuff for the lizard men. I was trying to bake up some blocks so that we can kind of do some of the old-fashioned type bases, right? With the Sculpey and then some newer fangled things with the texture rollers. Yeah, with the texture rollers. Where's my... There he is. I knew there was another one sitting around over here somewhere. Then we'll hit these with the green. I mean, it's a little bit like what we did. Well, actually, a lot like what we did with the Minas Morgul guys, except we're not going to have the glowy stuff here. Not quite the glowy stuff this time around. Same old bulletin board cork. Speaking of Make It Epic basing, some reeds there. Or tall grass, I guess. Yes, fine. Let's throw a little bit more of the yellow in there to lighten that up just a touch more. And I might hit this one also, like you do. And then we'll get into all of the greens. I see we need to separate. Crazy little support piece there. There we go, that's gone now. You know what, I'm just going to go right to the Perline Black here. Some of the Mars Yellow Deep. And we'll do this too. We'll hit the other two, the two Camel Riders. And then we'll see, what we're looking at once we get these three pretty far down the line. I've got two more infantry already on the holders, so we could get into those. It just kind of depends on how all this rolls out here. Alright, you go over there. You go over here. So, yeah, I guess the Angmar stuff it's on its way here. Might be a little bit longer than I'm thinking. I don't know. It's coming in 2 shipments. I think. Oh, yeah, that's right. The book is coming in 1 shipment, and then all the miniatures in another. My guess is because all the figures are Forge World. Maybe that's it. Yeah, probably because every single one of those figures is Forge World. That's probably the delay. I was kind of glad to hear about the clarifications there, Armored Wolf, because it was starting to sound a little freaky, to be honest. I was just like, wow, maybe I need to be making some other plans. It is. Well, I did see about the that will be like literally right below. That's pretty funny, isn't it, Armored Wolf? That would just literally be right underneath us. I mean, again, I don't foresee. Yeah, there's no way it can be. I think it's probably Friday and Saturday. Can't lose both days. Yeah, let's just keep doing all this here. You know what? I think I'll hit the later green now. Let's just do that now. I will take maybe some of this here. A little bit of the Mars yellow. Oh, yeah, yeah, radiant green. There we go. Almost forgot about that. Don't forget the radiant green. Oh, that's good. But yeah, Armored Wolf. It was like, well, maybe it'll just be a separate convention. It was starting to kind of sound that way. All kidding aside, it really was starting to sound that way. More of our light here. And then we're going to hit the camels. They're obviously going to get the... we'll probably go with the Mars Yellow Deep mixed with the... Oh gosh, the probably the Radiant Violet on those. Yeah, I mean, it would be bizarre, wouldn't it? To have quite literally 4 times the space and all of a sudden say, well, we have to have this in another hotel. That's where it was just definitely getting on the bordering on the say what kind of kind of range right there. Fine, we'll take some of this and some of this. Now we're getting the lightest of the light here on our plants. Where are we at on this? Do the same over here. I mean, that's really bizarre. I mean, I guess maybe I'm conflating space with the amount of bodies. You could have well, maybe I'm trying to think how you could have just as many events as a 80,000 person convention with an 8,000 and yet need the same density. I'm like, yeah, that's just it is a mystery. I have to say it's quite mysterious. I will. Yeah, let's get into some of the asphaltum here, like this, for stuff like parts of the rider here. Probably not even going to hit that. Maybe a little something something on the camel there. Hey there, Ryan. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Armored Wolf, and I was just like, it's that much bigger, and just, especially now having been to Gen Con again, to really just have a physical comparison like that. So, Ryan, I hope that you're doing well. Sorry that I did a spoiler thing for you there. Sorry about that. I was just so shocked. I just looked at the phone and it said that final, and I went, oh, that was not what it was like early in the game, that's for sure. And of course, Ryan. Well, actually, Ryan, I think you could post your stuff. Yeah, we got bodies in the chat there. So if you wanted, or in the audience, so if you wanted to go, if you wanted to post your stuff there. So sorry about that, Ryan. I'll next time I'll just I won't say anything there. Didn't mean to spoil that surprise. I don't know if it was a late game comeback or if it was kind of mid game where they sort of flipped things around. But there was certainly some kind of comeback involved. I do believe it was 13-0 at one point, and I guess it was significant, right? Because you had some upsets. You almost had Alabama actually going. It wasn't until the very end of the game when everything kind of fell apart for South Florida. Here's a paper towel. Just gonna squeegee some of this out of here. Now, these, yeah, let's use a little bit of that too, maybe. Maybe a little bit more of the fast matte white. And there we go, some of that violet that neutralizes things a little bit. Hey there, Recoil. Great to see you back there, Recoil. So, Recoil, did you, I don't know if you had a chance to stream it all over the last day or two. Actually, my sister was here today, so trying to come up with some plans of action. I have an anodyne machine, well, not an anodyne machine, but a very specific anodyne device coming this way so that I can sort of plug that in, see what it's like, and then hopefully show her how to use that, the best way to use it. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna do this stuff here. Yeah, Rico, I figured that just like you were saying, things were a little bit, the sand was shifting a little bit there at times, so that can definitely make it difficult to stream for sure. So yeah, Ryan, everybody check out the Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. And of course, Ryan has been helping me test out this method, the darker primer method. Actually, Ryan, there's supposed to be some ebony flesh headed this way. I don't know if it's actually been sent or not. But the bat signal did go up to Badger, and he asked, and he said he was gonna be having a fair amount of it coming this way. So recoil, that is what we used. We discovered for Kathy with neuropathy, which is something obviously other people can get it. But I think it's diabetes can cause that and other things. But when you do chemo, you end up with neuropathy, and my brother, he was able to actually get one of the old anodyne machines that they weren't using anymore at his hospital, and then he brought that here and showed me how to use it, and we used that every single day, and it did seem to make a big difference, especially when you get into the later rounds and everything else, because the neuropathy is cumulative. So let's get more of this lighter. Yeah, let's just go straight up fast matte white. A little bit of the violet too. More this way. So we have if you have nerve endings that are kind of firing and pain and that sort of stuff, that is something that they highly recommend. Except, well, it's not covered, so that is why you have to kind of just do it yourself. More of that light here. Of course, just like the Morgul Knights, when those darker glazes hit this, it's going to change significantly. I mean, like a lot is really going to change. Now, here we're going to hit some of this on here. Can't do a whole bunch. It's essentially just a little bit of a dry brushy thing right there. Hey there, Grumpy Crane Studio. Well, we have Grumpy Gandalf sometimes, but now we have a Grumpy Crane. How you doing there, Grumpy Crane? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. If everybody could please give Grumpy Crane Studio a follow, that'd be sensational. So Grumpy Crane, also too, I know you just finished your stream right now, but if you have something you want to share, please go ahead and do that. So we are working on some 3D printed Mahud Riders here. Can actually, again, there's another little example of one. So this is what we are working towards right here. So thank you so much for the raid there, Grumpy Crane. Here's another one, and here's we just working on this guy. So yeah, that is where we're going with those. We also have some infantry here. And actually, it was, I think, maybe a couple of weeks ago, we painted about 4 of these guys. Those were the half trolls there. Then again, some more of the infantry right there. So Grumpy Crane, yeah, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and please go ahead and do that. And thanks for the raid, appreciate that. Everybody give Grumpy Crane Studios a follow, like always. You know what? I think I will just throw a smidge of thinner in there. So these are all done with the oils, start to finish. 100% oils, nothing else. We're not using them for weathering or anything like that. Now, Grumpy Crane, I think you've seen some of the 1/1800 scale ships that we've been doing. Where did that example go? Okay, so that's the only place where we did the orange on the shields, huh? Okay. It's been long enough that I don't quite remember where everything went. Here we go. So we've got ourselves Lexington and also a South Dakota class ship here. So we've been doing a whole bunch of these guys. And well, Armada Mondays is supposed to get a whole lot bigger. Geez, that's right, I have to get those ships completely prepped and ready to go. Oh, that's good. That's good, Grumpy Crane. I think, well, Jamie had that at Nova Open, right? Yeah, I think that's where Jamie had that Nova Open for the first time, I think. So, yeah, if you want to shout out, if you want to shout out Jamie Daggers there, that's that would be a good thing. So I'm glad that you enjoyed that, and hopefully Jamie had a lot of success at Nova with it. Just working in again some of the burnt orange colorations in here. There we go. And of course, oh, here's. Let me see if I can at least grab one of our Morgul Knights here. There we go. So this is what we've done. We did 19 horses and infantry on stream over the last few weeks. So yeah, we did 19 of these, averaging about 3 per stream, I think. Yeah, averaging about 3.5 actually per stream. And blue glow, and then kind of the greenish glow, and that was based on well, some of these fabulous AI references that we did. Yes, been relying more and more and more on the AI references, just to see, does this color scheme look like it could be interesting or not, whatever. I'm just wondering, do we, yeah, you know what, we're just going to start hitting the darker stuff. Let's just start doing that. Let's just start doing it here. Actually, that's a really good thing there, Jamie. That solo aspect. Yeah, that's actually that's really it. Because I wish more games had that. Because well, there's no chance for me to play games with anybody. So that would be a really handy thing, being solo. Thank you so much, Palos. How you doing? Much appreciated there, Palos. I hope that you're doing well. That is 6 months in advance for 22 months. Thank you so much, Palos. I hope that you're doing well. I know it's been a little while. Now, here's where the stream gets totally just riveting, where we mix paint. Seriously, we're mixing paint here. It's uh, we're just going to be doing a whole bunch of glazy stuff over the top of this. We're going to start with the Mahouds, with the camels themselves. Then probably move down to the stuff on the base. I think, yeah, we'll do the greenery first, perhaps. Now, Payless, happy Saturday. Well, also slash Sunday. We still got an hour and a half of Saturday left here, ish. Something about there. So, Payless, great to see it. Now, Grumpy, if there's anything, maybe I know you're doing a game stream here, but if there's any painting stuff that you've been doing lately that you might want to maybe share or something like that, please go ahead and do that. So I'm just setting this up. Actually, here we can do this too. Blammo. Maybe a little bit there. Some there. And a touchdown there. So Pelos, well, the same thing, Pelos, if there's maybe something you've been working on, you wanted to share that in the chat, that will be super. Okay, now this is a much more pin line washy here. Except where we're going to do something like this, where we might actually let that mix just a little bit. So, Ryan, I mean, this really is reverse pre-glaze, right? Or inverted pre-glaze, I guess you could say. It's just not all that different. It's just when it takes place. Awesome. That's good. Glad you're able to get to paint there, at least. And everybody check out that Instagram link there by Grumpy Crane. Actually, now, Palos, how did it go? Did you get a chance to do, I think it's the Reaper Open, right? That's what it's called. And, of course, Palos, if you wanted to share anything, maybe, you got some awards or something like that that you would want to share, please be sure to go ahead and do that. Yeah, Grumpy Crane, very, very, very glad that there's nothing going on here till Adepticon. It's full on Adepticon focus already. So yeah, we don't need more stuff in addition to that. That's fantastic. That's fantastic, Palos. And again, if you have an Insta or a Discord link to what you brought to ReaperCon there. And was that a silver that you got there? Oh, a bronze. Okay. Yep. If you wanted to share anything from that, please go ahead and do that. Glad that Reaper was kind of an energizing thing. All right. So that. No, wait a minute. Time out. A little bit more of the darker brown. Now, what we're going to do is that while that stuff is still wet, you can see we're kind of bringing in some more of our dark there. I mean, it's still going to be wet for oil. It is oil paints after all, but this is kind of the different thing that we've been doing lately with the oil paints. Is doing the darker primer and then working from that. We've been working from the darker primer much more of late. Where's our other Mahud? So I can see the difference right there. Hey there, Green Fairy Studios. Happy Saturday. Ah, that's right. Oh, yeah, that's right, Grumpy Crane. That is right. Sorry, I forgot about that. I should have remembered. Now, Grumpy Crane, I hope that all of the work on that goes well, that it turns out as you're hoping. Well, I have to kind of alter my plans for that a little bit. Stuff I was going to do for it, I think, well, we won't be able to put in there, so we will have to, well, I have some Creature Caster stuff printed out. So we'll see what we can do with those. So Green Fairy, I know that you had stuff to do today, so you pretty much weren't going to get a chance to do any miniature related stuff, right? Or was that both days? I wasn't sure if that was just a today thing or if that was both days that were going to be somewhat new. Now, see how that mixes right there? That's the nifty thing about this approach, is that I can, let's see, do this. So it's actually mixing together the glaze that I'm putting on there, unlike the pin line wash stuff where you just boom, put it on there and it just goes where it goes on its own. You don't touch it anymore. We are intentionally taking that and pushing that around. Well, that's going to be very interesting. Grumpy, I mean, that'll be quite the kit bash there for sure. And again, Grumpy Crane, if you ever want to share, your work in progress images of those kind of things, please go ahead and do that. I was wondering about that Green Fairy. Yeah, I'm just glad you got a chance to do it, because you never know, right? Sometimes you just got to take the opportunity where it is. Sometimes that's all you can do, is just like, you know what, we have a chance right now. We should just take advantage of it. And hit that again. Gotta change that up a little bit. You know what, we'll just knock that rope down a little bit. Now I got me some Perlene Black here. And hopefully we'll be able to toss this in on our plants here. These are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing, just like all of those skelly bits that we used for all of our, and not Amars, to all of our Minas Morgul stuff. Yeah, Grumpy Crane, I mean, as long as you got him, yes, as long as you got him, that's, you can kind of figure it out later, right? I'm sure there's all kinds of how-to stuff on the Googles there. I'm sure there is. So yeah, that we were just that's funny, Green Fair. We were just talking about solo games and how I wish more things were that way, because, well, a lot of time it's very difficult to get folks together to be able to play stuff. And if you could just kind of do it, yourself against yourself, or yourself against some sort of AI or something like that. There we go, and a little bit more of the Perlene Black. That's a really dark green. That is not black. We seldom really ever use, especially just straight up. It would always be mixed with something else. Actually, we're going to get these guys out of harm's way here too. Where's my last one? Here it is. That's fantastic. The bounce stuff is decent. Ah, okay. I think that, yeah, the next thing we'll hit will be the base itself, I think. Well, looky here, we got ourselves painting badly. Hey there, painting badly. Welcome back and thanks for the raid. Everybody, please give Painting Badly a follow. So, Painting, I didn't get a chance to see what you were working on tonight. Yeah, I didn't. Unfortunately, you can get a chance to see. Everybody, please give Painting Badly a follow. Thank you so much, Tommy Bro. So you guys are back. He's like, yeah, yeah, stand still. I was like, oh, hey, is that? Oh, you got some pipe weed? He's like, no, no, this is a blowpipe. I'm gonna shoot you. It's like, sure, there's not pipe weed in there. Well, that was a double mention by Gandalf. That's really taking a chance here as we roll the big Gandalf 6. Well, doesn't seem to matter. He's been rolling 3s and 4s. Mentions pipeweed, nothing happens. Holy smokes. So what are we painting here tonight? We are painting some more of our Far Harad stuff. Here, let me show you. All of these basically painted on stream. So you can kind of see where it is that we're going, right? And we'll look at the difference that all of the flock and foliage makes on that base. Well, we were just about to start hitting some of the darker glazy things on the base here as well. And then we're going to hit the skin tones with some glazy things too, right, Michael? How you doing there, Michael? Nice to see ya. Ah, yeah, Green Fairy, that's really cool. That is really cool. Now, oh, here we go. So painting badly. We did 19 of these on stream over the last couple of weeks. Yes, new Minas Morgul color scheme. And of course, oh yeah, geez, we almost forgot to show here again with the AI generated references. So, Conquest Werewolves, right? And we did this. We go in, oops, wrong one, this one. There we go. So we go in and we say Conquest Werewolves, brown skin, brown fur, Nordic tattoos, snow bases. It shows us that. Actually, it showed me 12 different images. And from that, we did this. So that was really sensational. We did a whole unit of those. We're going to try and get more of those in. And then, oh, and of course, this will probably be going up tomorrow here on the Patreon page. This is our latest tutorial video. A nice little bus. You can see there's the rest of it there. We were testing out actually a Payne's Gray, 2 different Payne's Grays from Williamsburg. I could see that for sure, Great Fairy. And of course, we have been doing a whole bunch of these on stream. A whole bunch of 1/1800 scale ships. We've done a pretty sizable U.S. fleet already. We also started doing some of our Regia Marina here. So I think we've done at least 4 Italian ships. At least 4, maybe 5. I know we did a cruiser, and then we also did.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
I think we did a cruiser. We did the Roma, a couple of different battleships. Thank you so much, Locente. So that's not pipeweed in there. I mean, there's all this grass, and you got a pipe. How is this not pipeweed? He's like, dude, stand still. I gotta shoot you here. It's like, I think it would be better. You like it more if you just put pipeweed in there. Wow, he's really taking the chance today. Wow. Okay, here's that roll. Hey, Velfira. Well, look at that. More 3s and more 4s. So, Velfira. Oh, I got to send you the pictures of the burgers there, Velfira. Yes, that was really. I made some turkey burgers with the new burger molds. And actually, Velfira, I don't know if you had a chance to do the search thing with with that link there. But yeah, if you had a chance to use that, let me know if that works or if you get any random unusual results or anything like that. Velfira, it's kind of, oh, you know what? I meant to take a picture for you, Velfira. So they had an entire end cap of mustard. It must have been like on set. Maybe everybody else now knows how lethal it is, Velfira. Maybe word has gotten out about the lethality of mustard. So yeah, it was on sale big time, and there was just a wall of containers. So yeah, I meant to take a picture of that for you, Valkyrie, and Valkyrie, and send that to you, because it was a wall of yellow. I think it was Fleischmann's. Yeah, just the kind of prototypical yellow Fleischmann mustard or whatever containers there. So painting badly. If you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Actually, Ryan, if you wanted to share your oil painting links again, that would be good because, well, we got many more eyeballs here. Hey there, Judge Dredd. Nice to see ya. Valfira, that store is not big enough to be 50 feet away from anything. You're lucky if you can get 5 feet away from anything or anybody. Yes, it's a grocery store, but I would imagine that the average Walgreens is probably bigger than this grocery store. It's just a little local neighborhood grocery store. No problem there, Judge Dredd, and also Judge Dredd. If you wanted to share any pictures of it too, please go ahead and do that. Yes. So great to see you again there, Judge Dredd. Yeah, and everybody, please check out that Instagram link there that Painting Badly just shared. And of course, please give Painting Badly a follow if you could. All right, let's get into this one here. All we're trying to do is just get some darker glazes in here. Let me see. Judge Dredd, that would actually be kind of nice. That brilliant yellow pale would sort of play with it. I kind of like that idea there, Judge Dredd, for sure. Because that would keep it from getting too much towards the cool side, right? That little bit of yellow. So Valfira, I mean, it's definitely bigger than, well, I don't know. I haven't been into a 7-Eleven in a very long time. It might be a little bit bigger than one of those, but it's not one of those super stores. I guess that's where we're going with it. It is definitely not one of those. And the drugstore, that is literally the size of like a photo mat. I mean, it is tiny, and that is the drugstore. Because again, it's just a little neighborhood place. That's all it is. And they just happen to have the ground turkey on sale, and I said, all right, well, it probably ain't gonna be on sale for very long. So I snagged that. Got out the breadcrumbs, and actually, well, I got me an egg. Oh, I have some STL files of cookie cutters, so that we can try and do a little test run on the cookies there. Hey there, Mom. Well, Mom, I'm glad that you had yourself a good day. Everybody say hello to Mom. And Rico, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, same thing. Don't I think I probably forgot to ask you. Sorry, I spaced on that. But yeah, Rico, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. So great to see you, Mom. So yeah, Mom, I hoping that we'll be able to. Well, I guess there'll be Halloween cookies. I actually did get some Halloween STL cookie cutter files, so we did get those. I actually got some Easter ones too, just so that I could. Well, ironically enough, those would be for things like our neighbors and for the guys at the drugstore, and of course probably Marta and Joe at the grocery store. Yeah, get some of that over here. Also back there. Also on this. Pull that down over here. We're almost good to go here on all of our darker glazy stuff. Now again, you'll really start to see the difference in the darks between what we've got here and just the ebony flesh primer. Darken you down a little bit, you too. And then we'll be coming back into this with our lighter glazy things. Here was that asphaltum and violet. Yes, that is going to be our dark. This is also be a really good, kind of dark color here for something like actually a gold non-metallic, believe it or not. So here we're going to start putting in some skin tone glaze things here, just because. And then of course we'll lighten from there. Bingo. Do these guys too. So Michael, I I hope that you have kind of recovered now from ReaperCon. Not just just the physically there, but that's kind of a lot of excitement, right? And you're kind of a lot of adrenaline going. And now it's the post ReaperCon phase. I think we'll start getting some of the later stuff on the Mahouds themselves. I think that's a good first place to start hitting these. Hey there, Horns fan. Look what we got for you. So, Horns fan, I think you had to be pretty pleased with today's results, right? I don't think you'll take a pass on those. I think it worked out pretty well. So, Horns fan, great to see you. Actually, Horns fan, well, we almost had ourselves. Well, we did have actually a couple of big upsets. Yeah, it was upset Saturday today. I actually managed to blow up the surprise for Ryan there, saying, "Hey, did you see the big comeback win for the Sykes?" And he went, "Well, I was gonna watch that. I wasn't able to see it live." So yeah, we sort of blew up a chance there to get really, really surprised. Now anything can happen. Anything can happen now, right, Horns fan? It seems like just about everybody is vulnerable to something happening. Because I actually thought that South Florida was maybe going to take out the Tide in Tusca. Thought it was going to happen. Little bit of the violet in there too. Now let's see what happens when we start to work that into our fabulous Mahud here. Well, Michael, if you can always just shoot me a message there, and I can kind of say, you know what, these are the ones that we found. Like, okay, not just Van Dyke Brown, but which is the best of the Van Dyke Browns? Okay, obviously, which about your violet, right? Your Egyptian violet, and knowing that that is definitely a cut above the standard dioxazine violet. It definitely is. And that's just the kind of the data that we've picked up over time here. That the Egyptian violet really does make a difference. It costs more, but it does make a difference. So yeah, Horns fan, it kind of looked like South Florida was going to actually win that game. There was just a couple of critical things that happened, and then it all just sort of went downhill. But they were definitely hanging in there. They were, oh, yeah, that's right. They were 31 point underdogs or something like that. Yeah, just using the blending brush here. Making use of that because that way these Mahouds are not going to take forever to paint. Letting some of what's there mix in. But you can already see how some of the glaze stuff, I mean, it almost looks like it's dry. Right? It was super, super shiny just minutes ago. Oh, and by the way, 45 minutes ago, these three miniatures had no paint on them. Yeah, just throwing that out there, too. Valfira, there was a couple of times. Now, of course, Valfira, yes, the infamous Terror Verte. Yes, this one right here, which fails on several different levels. That's, I mean, it's just kind of fun to always joke about the Terror Verte. Yes, Terror Verte definitely causes, well, terror. I'm going to change that more to the wicker color there. But there was one other one. Oh gosh, I don't know if it was. Well, yeah, you won't like this one. Remember the, oh yeah, Fanchon Red slash Naphthol Red. That's it. And basically, it was because the Gamlin one was actually cheaper, and that's the only reason why I said, well, maybe that Gamlin Fanchon or the Gamlin Naphthol Red versus the Fanchon Red, just because it was going to be a place where folks could save a few pennies, maybe invest in some of the other more, well, pricey colors. So great to see you there, Horns fan. And of course, again, painting badly, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So you can see now the difference right there. Now, as this goes along, it does start to mix in with our darker glaze. Again, look at that. See how that just, it looks like it's completely dry already? That is most definitely not dry, because we can certainly mix in it like we're doing here. Look at, see all that dark color on the end of the brush? That's coming from the actual Mahud here, and that is why we always say, right, hashtag no layers, because what we want to do is turn the actual camel here into our palette. We'll do as much of the mixing on here instead of on the palette because, well, that's going to save a bunch of time. As in a lot of time. Potentially, well, depending on how much stuff you're doing, could save you many, many hours, not days worth of painting time. So Valfira, the Perline Black, the only equivalent we found to that in Williamsburg was that Courbet Green. We did a video on that. I mean, it was nice. It was certainly nice. I don't even know if I can find it here. No, that's the Phthalo Green. I think it's still in the box. So this was the closest we could find, and even this is still different. This is warmer. I mean, it's nice, but I think it's a, yeah, see, it's a Series 3, so that makes it at least 3.5 times as expensive as the Perline Black, which I believe is a Series 1. Welcome back, Russian Blue. Great to see ya. Everybody, please give Russian Blue a follow. Russian Blue, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead. So, yep, Horns fan. Where is it? We break out the Series 5 just for the horns right there. Yeah, that is the Series 5 Puro Orange. Kind of stuck with that because, well, some of the other Puro Oranges, even if they have them, they're way more expensive than that because remember, Richardson on the price scale, essentially where Gamblin, Windsor, Newton are. The Russian blue, great to see you again. It's a little bit different from all of our glowy Morgul Knights. Yes, there won't be any glow here. Heaven forbid that we, on the object source lighting channel, do not have any object source lighting. But it is a cavalry channel. And, well, these guys they're cavalry. For sure. So Russian blue again, great to see here. And like I was saying before, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me see if I can't get me a little more light on the top C's of his head there. Like so. Oh, and by the way, this is one of our 27-cent craft brushes there. So yeah, Horns fan, I'm glad that I saved these for today. I figured. Now if the game had gone the other way, I probably would have gone with something different, just so that it wouldn't kind of be a reminder. But I figured, well, it was a positive result. I think we can go ahead and use the burnt orange. We can use the burnt orange. And actually, well, it wasn't necessarily an upset, but Nebraska basically treating the Buffaloes sort of like the same way Texas treated Michigan there. That was a little bit of a surprise. That was supposed to be a much closer game. Oh, and Velfear, I don't know if you had a chance to share your dragon in the chat or not. We did print out that building that we did cut, and it seems to have worked out okay. So I'm actually trying to cut another one. This one is much more complex. The first one I did was like, okay, here, just cut off this top part, and that's it. This other one, a little bit more complex. Yeah, Horns fan, they didn't go well for the maize and blue today, did it? So I do think we could call it the Camelry channel today, right, Horns fan? Because technically, I think there's one other one I could paint too. Yes, there's one other Mahud Rider. He's not actually on one of our fabulous paint holders there. Just wasn't enough room to have that one out on here. Let's see, which one do we... Let's head on back to this guy here. So, open mic night here at the Wampelville Comedy Club. It always is open mic night here at the Wampelville Comedy Club. Puns and limericks and all kinds of things. You never know what you're going to find here. We should get some of this, start getting some of this lighter stuff here onto the shield. All the raised elements, ironically, will be black. All of the submerged elements, those are actually going to be our lighter colors. Hit that too. And I think actually that is some kind of weird wicker stuff or whatever even under there. So less than an hour ago, all three, there's these two and the infantry again, had no paint on them at all. None whatsoever. I'm going to get actually some of this out of here, and I'm going to try and also think about a little bit of our lighter skin tone maybe. Let's do that here. So we got this. That's going to be too light. Alright, a little bit more of the asphaltum again. And now we're gonna get some a little bit lighter colors in the skin here. Again, we're letting that blend. Think of how light that was, right, before we hit it with all the darker glaze stuff. So recoil again. Thank you so much for being here, and of course, thanks, Mom, again, and thanks for the donation the other night. Yeah, that was the night we had the big level 13 hype train, and we still want to say thanks to everybody that contributed to that. That was one heck of an evening there. I believe that was our Thursday stream. Yeah. Back to my somewhat lighter stuff here. And yes, using this big old brush here. Why? Because I want this to be able to mix together here. And then we'll refine. We can get to smaller brushes like our liner brushes. But let's use this to refine stuff first. Let's do something like that. This one actually has, yeah, that one's got the hair, so we'll leave that part alone for right now. What do we have here? We'll have to do some of the war paint stuff there. Oh good, okay, I've got one guy, at least, that painted example of somebody without the hair. The other two guys all have the hair. Okay, just trying to find something a little lighter in here. Also over here. And again, we could still go lighter than that if we need to. But we want to let that have a chance to set. Keep in mind what's going to happen with all that flocking foliage, right? There's about 5 or 6 different colors and textures of flocking foliage on there. There's 2 different types of grass tufts, including the ones that we made ourselves. Yes, homemade grass tufts. Homemade grass tufts. We're due for another video in making grass tufts, actually. Let me maybe grab this one here. Some of our fast matte. That is not the radiant yellow. Again, there's I think it's the brilliant yellow from Richardson. It's not really a true substitute, say, for brilliant yellow pale. I mean, it's nice, works okay, but definitely not a brilliant yellow pale substitute. It's kind of a there's nothing really quite like the brilliant yellow pale. Now remember well, as we like to call it, radiant indigo. It's not actually indigo, but that does sort of act like one of the radiant colors. That, you know what, needs to be lighter down in there. But this is, like we said, we use the bigger brush, advance things as fast as we can with the bigger brush, and then we start to go smaller, more targeted. And then usually at about the 3-hour mark, that's when we start doing stuff like our brushstroke management, if you recall. Blending brush here. So you can see it didn't completely wipe out what we did there. These, I think, had a touch of green to them. Yes, those had a touch of the green. So we'll wait to do that later. Maybe we even do a little bit of fur texture here on our camels. Mostly since it's also sculpted in here. Everybody, please check out that Insta, or no, that's the Patreon page link that Armored Wolf just shared. That bust that I was showing earlier, that is part 2 of a 2-part series that is going up on the Patreon page basically tomorrow. Hopefully, we will be painting those Umbar ships on our Monday stream. Like I said, I have to attach, there's a bunch of shields and other elements that need to be attached to the ships themselves. Blinding brush, where did you go? There you're hiding. Lighten this up a little more here. Just kind of doing a little bit of a dry brushy thing there, even with this little tiny liner brush. That's why we use the liner brushes, because they can kind of take that punishment. Maybe we'll do something lighter under there. Get some of the light up here too. You know what, his little crown or whatever that is, we should probably get a little something lighter on that too. So yeah, Horns fan, it's kind of weird to think that we sort of have to almost rely on, at least for, it seems like for a few weeks here, the upset type games being the interesting games, not so much just decent matchups. It's more like, so when does that top 10 team just kind of take a nap, a mental nap against an opponent maybe from the FBS or really small conference or whatever. I mean, Vanderbilt, there's a whole bunch of teams that have already kind of dealt some losses. Although, of course, Horns fan, we had that 12-team playoff. So, somebody like a Michigan, okay, maybe they end up being that 12th team, but they're still in. So even like Notre Dame, they could still end up being like a 8th seed or something like that. Let me see if I can't get a little more of the light here up on the top of his, like, little something there. Yeah, more here. Now he's kind of putting a shadow on that, so actually there's a little clasp there. Some earring stuff there. Let me get some of this paint out of here. I might even start thinking about that really light green that we wanted to do in a few places, like on these. Horns fan, I mean, it is possible. I mean, you could see some 2-loss teams. Right? If somebody has 2 losses to, say, Georgia and Texas or something like that, and they were close, right? They were really close. That I know that was the original argument about the not in favor of the 12-team playoff, because they'd say, well, you could, does somebody like, well, say an Iowa State or a team that has upset somebody, Northern Illinois University, NIU, does somebody like Northern Illinois get into that playoff if they win the rest of their games, right? And one of their wins is this signature one against Notre Dame. Does a team like that end up in that 12-team playoff versus somebody that maybe lost 3 games but had to lose to Bama, Georgia, and Texas? And that was kind of always the argument about, well, you can just kind of go there all day long with the quality loss and quality win metrics there. Does this also have the... Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Of course, the College Football Report brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. We cover everything. We, of course, cover Aussie rules football. I didn't look to see what happened with the Brisbane playoff game there. I'll need to look at that after the stream. I guess, Horns fan, maybe that's why so many teams were okay with, well, creating the APCC conference. And I do love that is in that commercial, where one person, somebody like slams their folder or whatever and says, "I hate our new conference." You got to see that commercial there, Horns fan, and you saw who it is, right? Number 3, the new character. He's the deputy, right? Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate that. Oh, hey, Sarge. That's pretty funny. That you're getting the BK. Um, yeah. So, Sarge, I had those burger molds, and when I saw the ground turkey was on sale, and I needed to get some eggs anyway to make the cookies, I said, you know what, we're making some bread. And I had the breadcrumbs from the last time we did that, and it actually worked out pretty good. I made 4 of them. Not too bad. It was 4 hours worth of the ground turkey breast, and again 1 egg. And I had this is a cuisine channel after all. Just for folks that are like, what's going on here? We're talking recipes. It's like, hey, this is not just a Lord of the Rings channel or a camelry channel. So Recoil, of course, is our boundary line reporter for footy, for all things Aussie rules. But right now, he's on break at the GABA. Okay, we got that smushed around. Let's do that with this. And now let's start getting some of our lighter orange on some of these places here. And you can see just how light that was, right? Let's get into it now. Which of these brushes were we just using? Maybe this one. Hey, Doji, it's super early there. Happy Sunday, Doji. That's going to be an early Sunday for you there. So great to see you there, Doji. And of course, as always, Doji, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So we're just starting out with our... look at that. This is a very powerful color. What do we have in here? Look at this. Wow, it's been a while since there's been a Slade sighting. He says, hey, dude, what do you want? Do you have a quarter? It's like, I'm kind of busy. He's like, hey, wait a minute. I'll just take these little gems hanging off the camel here. He's like, he's kind of temperamental. I wouldn't recommend that. So, yeah. Wow, Slade, great to see ya. Everybody, please give Big Jim Slade Gaming a follow. So, Slade, I don't actually, Slade, were you at Nova? I was kind of getting fooled if you were actually at Nova or not. Of course, I wasn't sure if you were going to be worst Wapple at ReaperCon. I don't think you went to ReaperCon this year, right, Big Jim? And of course, Big Jim, if you're going to be doing any special streams, I I don't know if any questionable real estate is on the menu somewhere here. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. I think. Oh, you know what it is? I think I'm mistaking some of the pictures from the trip that you did. I was just mistaking that for a convention trip there. So yeah, I think that's what it is. Oh, look at that. A real estate stream on the toilet. The questionable real estate. And actually, well, you guys did another RPG stream this Wednesday, right? Right, Jim? And is it still the kobolds? I uh, I just is like, I guess it could still be the kobolds at this point. Hobby hip. Oh, okay, well, well, I guess I'll have to send them a congratulations. That's what I was. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I was getting that confused with the convention stuff because there was just so many convention pictures that were being posted from all of these different conventions that I kind of got it confused there. Oh, it's a different campaign, and Asmo's doing the DM duty on that. Well, I'm glad that you actually get a chance to play a little different character there, Slade. I mean, it's fun, but sometimes playing a new character can be a little bit refreshing, I guess. So everybody, please again check out the link that Doji just posted. Some fabulous oil painted miniatures. Yeah, so Slade, I think we're getting closer to being able to do the hangouts because we have. I'll send you pictures of all the stuff that's been done in the basement. So I think we are gonna be able to do the hangout thing and be able to work from multiple stations now. I think it's gonna be possible. Well, that's fantastic, Slade. That is fantastic. And again, everybody, please give Big Jim Slade a follow. So let me see, the 23rd. Alright, what is this? This is a Saturday the 7th. So Saturday the 14th. Another Saturday the 21st. So it would be a Monday stream then, I guess. Well, that's fantastic, Slade. Yes, this has been something that's been worked on for over a year. Actually, I think you saw the post there with the before and after images. Yeah, that was holy smokes. Or no, I don't think I've posted those yet. Yeah, that's right. That is going to be a Facebook post at some point. Yeah, I'll just send you those and the difference between what it was like just 1 year ago from mid-August to now is shocking. Again, you can see the difference here, right? That our lighter orange is starting to make. And this is we're just getting started here. So actually, now, Dread, how did the brilliant yellow pale combo work with the cobalt? Sorry, with the radiant turquoise. That is it's a neat combination for sure. But everybody check out that Instagram link that Judge Dredd just posted. So Dredd, thanks for hanging out as always. I know it's getting later there. And so it's 12:30 there in that Eastern time zone stuff. So thanks, Slade. I know it's kind of late here. Appreciate you hanging out. So yeah, Slade. The nice thing is, what I could be able to do is still be able to do the hangout thing. If I need to get to the printers, I could get to those. There's now many, many more options to be able to kind of keep the workflow going. Let me. Yep, we haven't gotten this one yet. More of our lighter orange into here. Remember the saddle was a little bit of that pearline black, that dark green. You can see how this is all mixing. What's weird is that this pure orange color and Velfer, remember we were just showing the Terra Verte, right? And you could see on the cover there just how translucent it was. Well, pure orange, this looks kind of translucent on the label tier 2 because that's the actual paint, right? You would think, oh geez, that's going to be translucent. You know, kind of like I mean, Indian yellow, look at that. But it has for whatever reason, you get it on the figure, it actually starts to turn opaque. That would be fantastic, Sleed. Yeah, the latest thing I was doing was doing basically concrete work in the basement, and that seems to have done the trick. So that is also another pathway to being able to do hangouts. Let's do this. Up here, orange. So yeah, Horns fan, it's sort of funny with that. We'll have to have somebody. Let's see. I think a couple of our oh yeah, look at this, hook 'em horns. There we go. We're gonna call those horns, not tusks, just for this. And actually, I think we might just have to sneak in a few letter T's on some of the terrain. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we'll do that, Horns fan. We'll sneak in some Texas logos. On those huts that we have to paint. Now, Slade, is there anything in particular? You know, if you can get back into the painting swing again. I know you have a whole bunch of the Reaper Bones figs. I wasn't sure if there was anything in particular that you were kind of jonesing to hit first. Now we have, look at that. Look at that. Hashtag no layers, right? We're kind of working from the middle out, right? We started kind of with some midtones, then we hit it with the darks, and now we're kind of coming back towards those lights. Maybe a little bit down there. Not too much. This here. A little more of that, and then we'll have to let this set. We're going to go off to another area so that this has a chance to set. Maybe even hit the plants or whatever. Actually, it's a whole lot easier doing these because I used to have to set my hand on the plants themselves to get some balance here. And these are from Battlecraft Supplies, if you remember. Yes, Battlecraft Supplies. There's the STL files not available yet. That would be good. So, oh geez, Bones, only Bones 6. I thought they were on Bones 75. Yeah, Bone 6 is so 5 minutes ago. I think actually since we started the stream here, I think they've done 4 Kickstarters. Oh, the dragons don't share. Okay. Now, Slate. I think you've seen some of the 1/1800 scale ships, right? I don't know if you had a chance to catch any of the terrain painting streams, but we're about to paint some 28 millimeter ships, and I just keep thinking of the big pirate ship or whatever that they did, right? And wasn't one of them basically translucent or something? Actually, oh, that's interesting, Velfer. I haven't done something like that in a long, long time. So today I did not use the air fryer because actually I wanted to use that tomorrow because I think some of that stuff that showed up in the meat crate, I think that's ready to go now. You know what? I might actually throw a little bit of our orange on here. I might just do that. I didn't do it on the other ones, but I think I'm going to do it on this one. Actually, Slade, what I'm hoping, well, in October, there's a Kickstarter that's supposed to play out. It's basically 3D printable curio cabinets that you can either hang on your wall or whatever. And actually, Slade, what I'm trying to do for October is to actually get some gummy bear STO files. And I haven't had a chance to look to see if there is such a thing as Lord of the Rings themed gummies. If there's like a gummy golem or something like that, because I was thinking of for late October to maybe paint basically a fellowship made of gummies. Let me take this brush. What do we want to do on those guys? What if we take this here and the green? Oh, okay, that might be. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Let's do that on these tusks here or whatever. So it would be a Schmeegum. It would be a Gumdolph. Oh yeah, we would have a Gumdolph. We would have Aragum. We would have Gumly. Wow, actually, somebody. Hey, Valfira, you got work to do. Send me a reminder for Gumly, uh, Legumlas, Aragum, Gumdolph. Yes, an entire fellowship of gummies. Let's see. Samwise Gumgees. I'm not quite sure how we do things like Pippin and such, but we'll figure out something. Actually, I'm shocked that many of the Fellowship actually worked for that insanity. So yes, Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. If anybody has seen anything like that, I mean, there don't have to be gummy bears, just Lord of the Rings themed gummies. That that they have to. That'd be funny if there was such a thing. So yes, Gumdolph, Gumly, Aragum, Borgum, and let's see what do we have. We had Samwise Gumgees, Legumlas. Yes, this might just have to happen here. Doji just came up with the two of the 4 hobbits there. So Paragum and Miriagum. That definitely works. That takes care of 2 more of the hobbits. We just got to figure out. Well, and we have Samwise Gamgee. So basically, I think Frodo. Let's see. Oh, they have actually a Muppet. Yeah, I think so. And of course, it doesn't. We also do have some 3D printable gummy bears. So we have STL files for just gummy bears. So even something like that, we could just convert them. That's possible too in the event we cannot find actual Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Yes, we are just that type of crazy here. I mean, heck, we're trying to figure out a way to do another cookie decorating stream. So Gladrogrum. That's yep. That Sarge came up with that one. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Dumgies, Paragum, Mariagum, Samwise Gumgies. Let's see, Aragum. Let's see. Did you have? Oh, you don't have Gumleys. Yeah, you have Gumley, and then of course Legumlas. Yep, you got him too, and Smeagum, because we can't forget Gollum. That's going to be quite the fellowship there. And of course, we cannot forget Gothmog, so we're all Gummog or Gothmum. I'm not sure. It's going to be a tongue twister no matter what, that's for sure. Okay, wow, I almost read that as Gumthong right there. That would be a different. It's probably a different show, right there. Probably a little different theme than Lord of the Rings. Now let me get my violet back into this. A little bit lighter here. Couple parts of the skin. Oh, yeah, that's right. We have some tattoos that we're going to be doing on these here. Horns fan did it. Horns fan has done it. Frodo Baggums. That's coming in the coming through in the clutch there, Horns fan. That was a fourth quarter 2 minute drive right there. Frodo Baggums. That is it. Bingo. We got the Fellowship Plus. Actually, Elrond would be Gumrond or something like that. Let me see. What about Saruman? He's not just. Would he be Sour Gum? He would be Sour Gum. Let's see. Frodo Baggins and well. Oh, now we have. Now we've got our. Let's see our favorite Isengard wizard now. Yes, that would be. He'll just be Sourgum. And Sarge says, wait a minute, we cannot forget the eternal legend of Tom Bombadum. And Horns fan says, well, Gumma Wormtongue. Would this be Gummathor? We have Aragum. Yep, Doji, we've got Aragum. I think we're really starting to. I'm just wondering, can we call well? Does the Balrog work with a Gumrog? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that works. So yep, we have Tom Bombagum, and then we also have Gumma Wormtongue. Now let's see. I don't know if some of our favorite Rohan heroes would necessarily work. That could be difficult. That could be somewhat difficult. Oh, and Gumling. Well, we have. Here he is. So he would have to be a gummy bear with a banner. So that would be Gumling. So the last one, they have Tom Bombadil and Grima or Gumma Wormtongue. Those were some of the last ones. And then, of course, again, for Sauron, we would just have Sourgum. Sarge says we can cover another one of our wizards, Radagum. So we're getting this covered. We are getting things covered here. You know what? That's actually too much of the later stuff here. Put some of that over here. Again, all of these are from the Printing Goes Ever On, by the way. They're all 3D printed. They're all 3D printed, and the basing, well, bulletin board cork, and then some 3D printed basing bits from Make It Epic Basing. And Val Ferris says that they're all fighting to save Gumdor. And I'm not. Let me see. Oh, and Fangum Forest. Fangum Forest. I'm not quite sure how we do Rivendell. Again, this is a cuisine channel after all, so why not, right? And of course, we have to put some black capes on them, right? Horns fan, and they would be the Nazgûms. And Sword says that, well, they could be the riders of Gumhan. And Big Jim says, suggests that the ultimate goal of Frodo Gummins would be, Baggums, would be to drop that ring into Mount Gum. Armored Wolf says Gummydale is perfect for Rivendell. So yes, Velferis says, beware the eye of Sourgum. Beware the eye of Sourgum. Literally sour. Literally sour, literally gum. Yes, beware the eye of Sourgum. Let me get some later stuff on his fingers up here. Yeah, that's gonna be very interesting. Oh, I did find again. I found a version, sorry, of the 3D printable Lord of the Rings cookie cutters. They're well, kind of generic cookie cutter type stuff. Not really the most fascinating stuff. So I looked on both My Mini Factory and Cults 3D. So I don't know what else there is out there. Storage says that we need to find that 5-pound gummy bear or whatever, and that would be Smaugum. Let's see. We haven't done. We haven't done Eowyn. We have not done Arwen yet. And let's see. Well, so well, we did. Now we have Radagast now. Well, I think Gondor will be Gumdor, and Mordor will be Morgum. Yes, we'll turn Mordor into Morgum. We'll use that. And then of course you have Minas Morgum, and the Witch King of Gumdar. So we have that well-known love affair between Aragum and Gumiwen. And Big Jim says that the Uruk-hai are taking the hobbits to Isengum. Yes, the hobbits are being taken to Isengum. But who knows, they might end up in Fangum Forest. No, Horns fan, Gums Deep. You are the first one to mention Gums Deep. And of course, I was actually, Sarge, that was my next question: is how do we take care of some of our favorite Rohan characters? So that would be Theogum. And let me see. Now, if we're gonna have Aogum, we have to do something for Aowyn, especially since we have Gumma Wormtongue. I'm just imagining, yeah, a whole bunch of gummy bears with long pikes and all all kind of painted dark with the Isengard helmets on them, with the mark of Sauron on them there. So Big Jim says that, well, as much as he would love to keep exploring Midgum Earth, it is time to get to sleep because it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning there on the East Coasts. So thanks, Slade, for being here. Appreciate it. Oh, thanks for the sub too. Thank you so much. And thanks for helping us out with our Midgum Earth project here. Yeah, actually, well, this is what GW is doing with Lord of the Rings. You didn't know that this is we're preempting that? Yes, yes, we are preempting their War of the Rohirrim movie tie-ins with our own, because this is the silly Marillion after all. And Armored Wolf suggests a giant spider gummy named Gumlob. Let me see. Well, what about? Oh, geez. Not the kid. Who am I thinking of? Oh, Gumavar. Yes, yes. But it's his name is actually Gullivar, and he's one of the more powerful Angmar monsters. So yes, we would have to have Gumavar. He sort of looks like a baby fell beast, essentially. He's not quite a wyvern or something like that. So see you later there, Big Jim. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Well, at least we know what we can call the Mimes of Moria, or the Mines of Moria. That would be Kazagum. We can do this all night, can't we, Horns fan? So thanks to everybody for all the contributions here. Shield starting to take shape there. It's getting crazier and crazier. Of course, could it really be any more unusual than our silly Marillion already is? I don't think so. I think the silly Marillion is already fairly crazy. Now I'm going to go back into my oranges. Let's get some of that really light orange in here. Let's just show you again so you can see how much further we can take that here. So Horns fan, this actually the last time we had something like this, and Valfera, you remember, it was all that Mandalorian stuff, right? It was all this. And of course, my favorite was the Banjalorians. That was a bluegrass group. Yeah, the Banjalorians. I think someone else had them. Basically, they're just a bunch of office workers in khakis, and they were called the Blandalorians. So we had a whole bunch of stuff going on with that, and that just made Nessie say, "I'm never giving you Star Wars stuff again," because that was remember he made the fatal mistake of saying, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, paint those up on stream so I can watch that." And he was subjected to probably about a week's worth of various Mandalorian, uh, shall we say, derivatives. So Recoil was actually able to use AI to create Gummed Off the Gray. Actually, I think actually that was like the original purpose for it was for for people to do stuff like that, not like what we're doing with it. I think that's actually really the original purpose for it, for people to have fun like that. Velfira, Payne's Gray, that also Faded Ultramarine. He absolutely loved Faded Ultramarine, but that went away once once Big Acrylic was shown the door. So he had the Banjalorians, a bluegrass band. Instead of Beskar, they had washboard armor. All right. Oh yeah, Sarge. Well, I would imagine. Well, you're back there at the casa now after getting your chow. So Recoil, I can't wait to see that. That's going to be absolutely hilarious. And if you do any other ones, just shoot me the image there because oh, that's right. We could make emotes. Recoil. We could make emotes out of those special emotes for October. How does that sound? Yes, we'll make special emotes out of the Gummy Bear Fellowship. Did I already get? No, I did not get the lighter stuff. And actually, we still need to get a little bit lighter than this too. Yeah, so we'll have some emotes for people so that they can use those during October. And of course, if we can, if there's any kind of STL file stuff and people want to make any conversions to the Linseed Fellowship. The other thing I wanted to do also was have a Gummy Bear Ugly Dolls. Where are we at here? Here. No, this is the one I'm looking for. So obviously Gummy Trunkle, Gummy Jiro, Gummy Babo, Gummy Sambo. Let's see what we can do over here. Yeah, oh yeah, there we go. That is getting a little bit lighter. We might, I don't know, let me see what happens if we go a lot thinner with this. Okay, that was, well, when in doubt, make things a little bit thinner here. Not pin line wash thinner, but thinner. Nonetheless, yeah, look at that. See how that sticks there? No problem. When the paint's just kind of bouncing off of there, that's when you know you either need to make it thicker or thinner. It's a consistency thing. As in, you need to, again, change that consistency as thin over thick and vice versa. Right now, doing mostly the thin over thick at the moment here. Which means the next thing we would want to put on here, well, we'd have to go with the, make it thicker again. And thicker doesn't necessarily mean straight out of the tube. Thinner does not mean necessarily, okay, 100% thinner pinline wash. It could just be as little as, say, 10%, maybe even less than 10% in how much thinner there is. So yeah, this doesn't have to be a pin line wash versus right out of the tube as far as thick and thin go. And remember too, there's also the dry brush element. And that dry brush element means that you kind of add a third factor. You know, one paint is drier than another paint. I think I'm going to want to get some of our really lighter green on little straw things here. There's a little skelly friend hanging there. Wee little skelly friend. So yeah, this well, fortunately we're doing all this stuff now, so that by late October we kind of have this all in place. So yeah, won't be able to do the well, it'll sort of be like a precursor to CathyCon, but that is something I'm hoping to eventually do, where we have folks in a Discord playing against, some folks maybe doing some RPG stuff. Other folks maybe playing tabletop simulator, doing. Actually, yeah, that's. You could have a tabletop simulator Lord of the Rings tournament. They did that back in 2020. I've seen tabletop simulator for Conquest, so Bithron could play some of that. Yeah, let's go a little bit later over on this side. Then we'll have to let this alone. And then I think we're going to go back into our Mahud actual camels here and put some more of the lightest lights on them. Yep, I need to go a little thinner there. A little more thinner. And boom, look at that. Because remember, you can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. So thinning this, it's not going to dilute it at all. It's going to be just as opaque as it would have been if it did not have all this thinner. So this is another one of those things you just kind of eventually get used to with the oil paints. I am just going to hit part of that with the orange here. Not everybody going to have the orange blowpipe. I don't think no, we didn't. Oh, we definitely didn't get the lighter orange out here. We'll do that now. Okay, now back to our lighter stuff on the camels here. No, 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 no. Let's get the Mars Yellow Deep. That's it. Some of the fast matte white here. He never got his wee little eyes there. So have a good breakfast there, Doji, and thanks for helping us with our little quest to add to the silly Marillion. Let me see. What was the well, Imri Hill would have to be Gumri Hill. Oh, and Tom Bombagum. Or Tom Gumbadil. I think I like Tom Gumbadil better. Yes, let's go with Tom Gumbadil. That rolls off the tongue a little bit easier. And Gummy Dale for Rivendell. I know Armored Wolf suggested that. And Gummawin could either be Arwen or Eowyn, I guess. Now, I might even put a little bit of a fur texture. Maybe we do that. See, just painting a wee touch of fur texture right there. Now this has actual fur texture sculpted in, so we don't have to paint it in. It's just reflecting what is on here. Okay, and of course, 1 hour 49 minutes, and a gummy fellowship ago. These guys had no paint on them. I'm not saying, I'm just saying they had no paint whatsoever. Like the weeping angel says, don't blink. Of course, we do still have this roller here, so we're going to have to certainly make some more angel. Oh, that's right. All of these have fallen. Almost, there's only one of these left on here. Dare I say we try to make a new weeping angel cookie or something like that. Still with no eyelids. So now is this the second one that you did, Rico, or have you done a few other ones besides Gummalus and what was the first one you did? Oh yeah, Gummed Off the Gray. Actually, Recoil. I just wonder. I want maybe I should just sculpt these things because even if we paint them, Armored Wolf, that 3D scanner, if that technology does arise, we would already have a Gummy Fellowship in place. That we would just all we would have to do is scan them. Just because it's painted doesn't matter. It's not like it would be changing the shape at all. This is really getting pretty hilarious, Recoil. I mean, we were just kind of offhand, right, thinking of it in the last stream, and now it has really evolved into something I think rather epic here. So yeah, Armored Wolf. I mean, yeah, okay. So maybe that machine it doesn't give the best detail or something. I mean, they're just gummies. All right, they're just Gummy Fellowship. It's kind of funny that you should mention that, Sarge, because I literally was thinking that same thing. Was okay, what about the Watcher in the water? Actually, Sarge, that probably sounds more like him, anyways. Hey there, AD. Boy, AD, you've been missing out on all the fun. Oh my gosh. So, AD, maybe scroll up in the chat. uh, if that might, you might not even believe me if I was to say what's been going on here for about the last 20 minutes or so. See, so Armored Wolf says they have a cave gummy. So, well, you got more things to type in there, Valfira. So yes, cave gummies, gummer in the water. So AD, yes, we are taking the Gummy Bear Fellowship to an extreme height here. We've pretty much named not just everybody, but every place in Middle Earth after some form of gummy. So yes, we don't just have the Fellowship. We have every other. Actually, what about Treebeard? We haven't gotten Treebeard. I guess Gumbeard. Yes, we'll just have to do something like that. And of course, he takes care of Fangum Forest. Valfira, well, just forget those. Just avoid mustard. Yeah, she'll be totally fine. You won't even need those as long as you just avoid mustard. I'm telling you, Valfira, that was a very lethal end cap. So AD, well, I think you know all about the gummy bear painting competition at ReaperCon, right? And I do think that some people did try to do gummy bear conversions. But remember on the stream last night, we were looking around for gummy bear STL files and other things. Also, too, the Lord of the Rings cookie cutters. So Armored Wolf says for our Harad, there should be a gummy font. Sarge says, oh yeah, yeah, we don't want to forget Gundabad. So AD, yeah, that was something that happened at ReaperCon years ago. I think this was 2018, and Kathy was with a group of people at the Fort Wapple area, and the next thing you know, everybody was painting gummy bears, and they actually turned it into a competition, and it's still being done to this day. There's prizes for best conversions and all that other kind of stuff. So yes, that's the gummy bear painting contest. Yep, Velfair, those were some lethal looking billboards, weren't they? Just think of that, 40 feet high, towering over you. You would just, we just have to get out of there. That would be too dangerous of a place to be. So let's see. Instead of Angmar, it'll be Angamar, right? So instead of just Angmar, it would be Angamar for the Witch King of Gummar. Yes, the Witch King of Angamar. So yeah, we're really starting to get some nice lighter stuff here happening on our camels. Notice that we're keeping the legs a little bit darker. Not only they're going down into shadow, but it just is going to be a little bit more interesting as well. So yes, AD, it's been a wild and wacky stream here. It has certainly been, well, actually, I don't think you remember we were likening it to the Mandalorian thing that we did, where we came up with all those different names, derivative of Mandalorians, and we've basically been doing that same thing, but with gummy bears. Thanks, AD. It's boy, and it couldn't be more easy. Some of it's just the Mars Yellow Deep with a little bit of the Radiant Violet. And now for some of the lightest stuff, we're just kind of throwing in some of our Fast Matte White. So yeah, it's the Mars Yellow Deep and the Radiant Violet. And of course, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. And AD, why don't you share? Why don't you share that in the chat? So we shall see AD on, that's supposed to go through on Monday, on the 9th. So if it gets to be late enough on the 9th and nothing's happened yet, you'll be getting some messages from me, some frustration messages from me, that's for sure. But here's hoping that goes through on the 9th. So, oh, we have the Gumland King. Actually, oh, that's, oh, Sarge, there it is. There it is. Gum Lendings. Instead of Dun Lendings, Gum Lendings. Yes, there we are. So, Isengard and Gumland will be aligned together. It just doesn't end. there might be some in the chat saying, make it stop, please. But it's been a while since we've been able to have a rockin' little good time coming up with crazy names like this. I think I get a little bit lighter on the bottom here. Take our blending brush to that. Yep, AD, it's definitely a sticky wicket. Which we have. Where is he? Where's Sticky Wicket? Where are you at, Sticky Wicket? There he is. There's Sticky Wicket. And by the way, I was baking more Sculpey. So see that base that he's on? That is actually a piece of Sculpey, and that's all carved in detail there. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that AD Creations posted. Please give AD Creations a follow. And let's see, let me get this little bit of extra stuff down here. So Sarge suggests the Prancing Gummy. Let's see, and of course, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out how we have Hobbiton or the Shire have a gummy name as part of it. Not sure. Okay, we are gonna get some more, and just some fur texture there too. Yeah, something like that. Blending brush, cause we can do that. And now, of course, who is the best ring wraith of them all? That would be Gamul the Easterling. And of course, you have the, was it the Gummybrook Tooks? A fool of a Took. Now, this on the shield, I gotta get more of a bluish tint on that. So we'll take that. Some of a fast matte white. We'll get those rocking together. Yeah, we need to break that down some more. I think we're just about there. Okay. Because I don't want that to get confused with our the stuff on the camel here, color-wise. So yeah, we have Gumli, we have Legumlas, we have let's see, we have Gumamir, we have Gumdoff the Grey. See, we already did Legumlas, we already have Sourgum. So and of course that's from we have Gumdor for Gondor. And we have Morgum for Mordor, or Gumdor, and then no, let's see, was it? There's Morgum, yeah. Then we also had, let's see, Mariagum, and let's see, Paragum, and then of course Samwise Gumgee, and then Frodo Baggums. So that was we were able to take care of the Fellowship there, and then of course Gumladriel. It again, it doesn't end. It's not going to end. It's gonna keep on going. That is definitely the gift that keeps on giving. All right, little more of our later stuff down here. And I think we did, we Kazagum, yeah, we did Moria. Let me see. Let me take our Radiant Green. And this. So yes, we have all gummy bears all the time. Middle Earth now is just a gummy verse. This is going to be that light yellowish green. These little fringy things here. Oh, and Recoil has been generating some AI images of some of our favorite gummy bear heroes. So yes, basically what we'll have to do is probably try to, well, if we have these AI images, we can try and sculpt these things, and then again, late October, when we're doing some of those special streams, especially on the 29th. Obviously, I think maybe the 29th we'll still paint one of our Kathy miniatures, but in the lead up to that, we'll do our our gummy bear fellowship. I mean, I don't know if I can. Let me see. Oh, that's not what we're looking for. Oh well, we have a. So Valfaro was able to find a gummy bear. Here it is. So there's Gumdolph. There's Legomlas. So there's look at that. There's Frodo with the ring right there. This is pretty high quality stuff. This is really really good. Rico, that's fantastic. We gotta make those. I think that I absolutely must make those now. Those are and actually to get that translucent appearance to it, believe it or not. Okay, let me show you something here. So when I was in AI, these things kind of had that same sort of weirdly frosted, transparent look. And remember, we tried to copy that here based on the AI images. That's what I'm seeing with that gummy stuff. Recoil, yes, we have to do those. Those are a must. They have to happen. So Ghost Talk says that this whole gummy bear thing, that last scene where Master Frodo gets his fingers bitten off, or his finger bit off, that it takes a whole different vibe, right, Ghost Talks? How you doing there, Ghost Talk? So see, that's why he did it. He wasn't looking to get the ring or anything like that. He was just so happy. It was he was hungry. That's what it was. He was just hungry, and he wanted to get himself a little bite of some gummy goodness there. That's all. Can't fault somebody for that, for being hungry. So you have I was trying to find Recoil's message with the AI images, and then the first thing that popped up was the gummy bear cookie cutter, which we definitely have to make that. We definitely have to get that file, and that was a My Mini Factory file. Yeah, so we'll definitely have to secure that. Actually, I will print those out tonight because I have those other cookie cutter files. I just need to get them all, and I think I even have them downloaded. I literally just have to put them into Bamboo, and hopefully by this time tomorrow we have ourselves a whole bunch of cookie cutters. We'll see if they actually work. I don't know about that. I don't know if I actually saw, believe it or not, on Amazon. That was the only thing that showed up for Lord of the Rings cookie cutter. It was the Arwen Evenstar pendant. That's all that showed up, and literally nothing else. Did we do the? We didn't do the green on him. Oh, they're both free. Well, can't beat free, right, Valfira? Can't beat that. That it means it has to happen even that much more. And man, oh man, those are some really fantastic. Again, if there was a way to sculpt something like, if I knew a little bit about sculpting in mixer or blender or anything like that, I would try to do that. Let me get some of this again. This lighter green, but we'll be coming back with our darker stuff too. But for right now, I just want to try and get the lighter green up there. I think I might also, now that we did our glazy thing here on the ground. Ah, this is the one we used, I think. Let's hit that with a little more light. And remember, all that's going to get the flock and foliage. That's going to really change this around. We also did, oh yeah, these were done in a tutorial video on the Patreon page, by the way. Yes. Bulletin board cork, our homemade texture paste. And then again, they will be getting some of our homemade grass tufts on them and all of this other flock and foliage. Oh, we got something else. We got something else, Velfira. The dead men of Gumharrow. Oh, geez. What about the wraiths? What about the barrel whites? What about the barrel whites? I don't. Well, it could sound like gummy bites instead of barrel whites, but actually, the other thing too is Rico. You'll have to let me know what some of your parameters were. Boy, that is the fun use of AI. Let me tell you, that is spectacular. Oh no, wait, we got one more of these. Let's not put this down just yet, because this needs a little bit more of our lighter gray. There we go. You know what? I'm just gonna drop a little something on there. Oh wait a minute. Let's do something with this here. Let's do something with that. And it is actually a bunch of little triangles here. We didn't do it on the other one. I'm going to see if I can't maybe do it on this. So it's going to be dramatically different than all the film noirs on our Morgul Knights, won't it? Let's try this one and see what happens. I'm thinking that that's going to really disappear because that is not really any darker than our light stuff on the Mahud. But let's see what happens. Doesn't it disappear as much as I thought, but it kind of, look at that, it kind of disappears, right? That's a color thing right there. So I was wondering, Velfare, I'm like, ooh, are we gonna get the same kind of, like all the rust? Well, this is sort of almost like a rust color, right, Velfare? Look at that. Yeah. So, wow, Gandalf the Grey as Gummy Bear. Wow. Hey there, Sector X, how you doing? Nice to see you again there, Sector X. I hope that your Saturday was a fantastic one. Obviously, making use of the holders again. It's actually making these guys a whole lot easier to paint because, as you can see, there's normally the only thing I could do is stick my hand on like the grass and other stuff. Well, Velfir, again, sorry to make you take all the notes there, but thanks for doing that because that's too good to forget, right? And of course, now that we've got Recoil doing all kinds of imagery, oh yeah, that's right. That's it. If we only knew somebody who knew how to sculpt things, they could sculpt for Kathy's special October Day some of these Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears here. Yes, if we only knew somebody who knew how to sculpt and could sculpt Lord of the Rings themed gummy bear characters. Because reasons. And that would certainly be a tradition then on the channel in October, is painting the Gummy Fellowship, well, all of our heroes of Gummy Earth. Yes, we'll have to put the clarion call for digital sculptors there to see if they can maybe. And again, it doesn't have to be anything detailed because they're gummy bears. I'm sure they're like the most basic of shapes. To those of us that have not sculpted digitally, it looks like it's massively complex to do that. And someone who actually knows what they're doing says, "Holy smokes, yeah, that is no problem." So Ghost Hawk says that the Eisengum Horde says that gummies are back on the menus again. Yes, that would be funny if I ever was to learn how to do the digital sculpting, and that would be some of the first stuff to ever get sculpted. Yes, based on those fantastic AI drawings that Recoil has been cranking out there. That is quite that is legendary now. That is in the Wampleville Legendarium. It might have even surpassed the Banjalorians and all their derivatives of that. I think it has surpassed that. Now here we're getting a much cooler green. That is the Perline Black mixed with basically some of our same kind of lighter tone here. So that has a little different color to it than all of the orange. We'll do that over there too. There we go. Oh yeah, that's right, Ghost Hawk. That was running. It wasn't all that long ago, right? Was that last year? Because I saw those would pop up on my Instagram feed, and those were really good. Well, I mean, I don't know if they were good to eat, but they looked really neat. And I do believe that the flavors were supposed to kind of match what the character was, something like that. So, and AD, I don't know if you shared your Instagram link there. Sorry, I'm sitting there talking about gummy bears stuff. Forgot to ask you about that. Hey, the Regibos, how you doing? Happy Sunday. Yeah, it's a happy Sunday here too. Look at that. So yeah, that's boy, that's unfortunate there, Ghost Talks, because I think for a good solid month and a half, that's all I saw on Instagram was that thing. Every single ad was that. Now, that might be a little too much of the radiant blue. Okay, here we go. Don't want too much of that. So, Red, nice to see you there. I hope that your Saturday or your weekend has been really good so far. Alrighty. There we go. And of course, Rico, if you wanted to share, I know you've been doing the rabbit hole of the AI generated images there of our Lord of the Rings gummy rings heroes. Yeah, I'm gonna try that now. Yeah, Ghost Talks. That whole thing where they got to be edible. That is a tricky thing. I mean, even just well, okay. I have to hope that the matte PLA is somewhat food safe. Obviously, it will be washed very thoroughly. You know what? Does this actually have? Don't know if that really has much. I'm gonna take this, or we'll just have to put some more of our fast matte weight out here, probably. I just want to get a little more light in some parts here. So everybody, please check out the link there that Recoil just posted. And again, Recoil, thanks so much for generating those. Because we'll certainly have to do that. And we'll see what we can do. And yes, the Gummy Fellowship, that would kind of be a nice, that would be the ultimate gummy bear contest right there. Very appropriate for the channel here, no doubt. That's going to be too much green. So, oh, this is what we could do. We could take some of our violet here, mix it with this yellow, and we'll use this in a couple of spots here, especially on some of the ropes. Yes, we're actually using violet on the ropes here, like so. I mean, we've been covering so much of our gummy bear stuff. We don't want to forget our fine coverage of a crazy day in college football here on the Wobbleville Sports Network. But this is also a culinary channel, so again, don't be surprised when figuring out how to make gummy bears becomes part of the stream. Yeah, Recoil, that is those are some quality images right there. And all kidding aside, I would actually want to do a video on some of those to get that translucent effect. Let me see if we can bring those up again here. Especially like that right there. Again, that translucent effect. I mean, it would be sort of like a gemstone, but a little softer, I guess. Catching a little more of the light. There we go. Again, on the ropes there. I mean, Recoil, all kidding aside, it would be super entertaining, but I think actually I would really like to apply that to, well, again, we kind of did a little bit of that in this video where we're trying to make those not be like totally glass see-through, but that sort of semi-frosted see-through look. I mean, it's literally the same kind of thing. I wasn't thinking gummy bears at the time. I wasn't thinking that, but I guess it should have been. All right, here now we'll try and get some lighter stuff there on the right on Mahud's feet here. Not too much, and then this thing here too. Again, we're going to be hitting it with some of the violet. We'll come back with some darks too to catch a few edges here and there. But you can see there's some differences now. Oh, we also have to get our lightest light on the orange. Yes, we need to do that too. Taking away some of the brown right there, kind of replacing it again with some of the violet there, radiant violet mixed with the almost said brilliant yellow pale. It is brilliant yellow, it's just not brilliant yellow pale. A little touch of light on the edge of that, okay. Can't make the ropes any lighter. Now let me do that on this guy here, I think. Some other violet. And it sort of becomes, again, another sort of like a grayish color here. but much more interesting than, as we like to say, a dead gray. So that would be a gray that just has absolutely nothing going on, right? Where you're someone just taking black and white and mixing them together. That is a dead gray right there. That is dead gray walking. You don't want that. We want something that has definitely way more shape to it, way more impact than that. All right, let me just hit the again the lighter orange stuff here. And I gotta get all that out of that brush. Take this maybe over here. Gotta get the Indian yellow in there though, otherwise. Now it's gonna be very peachy, just like when we were doing our object source lighting, and we had to make sure that the floral orange mixed with anything lighter and opaque. Now remember we said we had to go thicker here? We have to go thicker because the last application on there was pretty thin. There's a lot thinner in that. Now I think we're getting some. And remember we waited here? We worked on a bunch of other things before we got back into that lighter orange. There we are. Same deal. More light down here. Man, now boy, that really, really does make a nice difference. Get some of that on the top of that blanket here. More of it up there. Ooh, that was going to be too much thinner. We want to thin this down a little bit, not too much though. So I'm actually going to bring back some of the Indian yellow, which is a really, really thick color. Just its regular consistency is super thick. Just because the color is translucent doesn't mean it can't be super thick, and not all opaque colors are thick either. More of our, there we go. Again, that lightest orange in here. Can't forget our little blowpipe guy that's kind of hiding in the between the reeds there. We'll get him too. Also, we'll have to look and see for some of our tattoos there. Did we put? Yep, we did do that here. Teensy little tattoos. That'll be going on the shoulders there. Okay. Oh yeah. Recoil. I meant to mention that they're still using the same jingle for those Reams heaters. I couldn't believe it. I mean, that's literally the same song that I was hearing back in 2008 when we were first listening to footy. That same install a Ream jingle. I thought you would get a kick out of that. We've listened to enough footy over the years to know that is the same crazy jingle over and over again. Now, I don't know if that's on the TV version. Obviously, I'm just basically listening to the radio call. Boom. Here. And let's get to our Camel Rider here. This is, again, our lightest orange. Now, the one thing I did notice about the Fabulous Puro Orange is it's one of those slow drying colors. Now, of course, we try to work our fast mat into that, whether it's some of the fast mat or the Griffin Indian yellow, and of course the fast mat white. Oh wow, look at that! Is nice. That is definitely a nice addition of some lights all the way up here on this well, cape or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm gonna get more of our light there. It's gonna go right on the edge of the cloak here, but only in this one little zone right here. We're not putting this lighter stuff absolutely everywhere. It's almost a bit like armor. It's a chain of lights that goes down and then no more. We're going to do the same up here. What is the best way to attack this? Maybe this way. Yeah. So yeah, Sector X, the holders, they do give us a little bit of chance with the oils here to be able to hang on to things maybe without having to just go, well, okay, we're just going to sacrifice this one area for a while because we're going to have to let our finger touch it. It worked out that way even for that bust. Yeah, and that big old bust, we were able to get that on here, and it stayed on here. A little more of the lighter orange in some places there. Now we don't want to go too far with it here, because that all sort of in shadow here. More on the cloth here. There we go. Some of that right over here. Right there. Turn it over this way. Ooh, you know, we could probably get a little bit of the lighter orange in that. That's the journey to Mount Goom. Now I'm starting to visualize a some kind of a board game or something being made out of that. Sort of like our Paintopoly, the game of watercolors. But now I'm visioning, yes, the journey to Mount Goom with all of our favorite gummy bear characters. Yes, now, oh yeah, now we got all kinds of fun values and such on that. Let's do a quick little film noir. Now that we have the lighter stuff there, well, it disappears even more. Yes, now that those are kind of have the equal amount of darks and lights in them, it disappears into the Mahud even more. I think I could maybe put a little bit more of that lighter stuff out on the end, and that's it. We don't want to go too far with it. We need to get that super light green up here somehow. Never did get that up here. Too much thinner also. So we're just gonna hang on to this. Do a couple little shots of our green there. You know what? Did we do anything? Ah, we did do something. We are gonna do some at least a pin line wash here. I think of our violet and this red here. So they'd be our perline red and some of the violet too in a little bit of a glaze here on these crazy little guys. Don't want it to be too dark, but it does have to be a We want it to be very much a pin line wash here. I guess I could get a little more thinner in that. There we go. That's what we need. We need that to just kind of drop down into these things here. It's kind of like what we did with our Morgul Knights on the eyes, especially on the horses, to make those glowing. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the YouTube and the Instas there. The Instagram latest thing there, it shows our Easterling terrain board and all of well, the whole army's on there too. Well, the one thing we forgot was our beefy chiefy. He didn't end up on there, but that's okay because we still have to finish. There's actually another terrain piece that I printed out. I think that will be too big to paint on stream. It's massive. It's actually bigger than that pagoda that we painted on stream. Okay, I don't want to get too much of that down in there. I think, yep, we need to go a little later on our plants here. So these are 3D printed tall grass tufts from Make It Epic Basing on bulletin board cork. Yes, and that's where we cut the bulletin board cork to put it on an angle. I think all of these are angled. Yes, this is also, again, a piece of bulletin board cork that's angled. And then we try to use our homemade texture paste. Nothing fancy about it. It's tile grout and wood glue. Tile grout is incredibly strong. I mean, it's tile grout, right? It's supposed to be in a bathroom exposed to moisture over and over again, so it's strong. Then you also have the wood glue, and that's what gives it the adhesion. So the wood glue kind of, when you put stuff like this gravel and everything and the ground cover on top, the wood glue hangs onto that. Also hangs onto, well, whatever material that you're putting the stuff on. So you could even just put it on plastic. You can mix it with, what are those things? Like the crackle paints. We've done that on a few of our videos because the crackle paint, you don't necessarily want the same amount of cracks everywhere. You want it to kind of be more like a little tiny spider thing in some areas, and others where it's the really big giant cracks in the soil there, that kind of wasteland stuff. There. And there, okay. Now we need to do this to the other Mahud Rider and also our one infantry that's just standing on the base. I'm 2 hours, 38 minutes ago. All three of these had absolutely no paint on them, just primer. Two and a half hours ago, and we've been creating all kinds of gummy bear legends here too. So it's really almost more like 2 hours because we also had some raids. I do believe that does help illustrate the power of the oil paints. Because remember, the other thing is that maybe while you're either doing other things or whatever, that paint's not, it's not drying on your palette in terms of, I've got like 30 seconds to go run and do this. No, you got yourself some time. There's a whole bunch of that grass here because we wanted to make it kind of look like He was hiding in amongst this, I think they call it probably elephant grass. I was thinking sawgrass at first, but I think no, this would probably be more elephant grass in the kind of your savanna style terrain. I will also have to break out again all the little huts and everything and stuff that I printed out for these guys so that we can paint that terrain. I'll have to see if there's any Serengeti style tree STL files. There probably is. And we print those out and then try to, well, of course, I got a whole with these new Easterling buildings I printed out. I have literally a full forest now of tree supports. I think we'll be able to make an entire game board just of leftover tree supports because there's dozens and dozens of them. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Some more of our lighter green up in here. We don't have to worry about the darkest dark. We already put that in there when we were doing all of those darker glazes. So that's all in place already. Don't have to worry about that. Yeah, we could probably use a couple little more lights down here towards the bottom. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Hopefully I didn't miss you earlier there, Grand Oracle. I'm going to do one of these anyways, but thanks, Grand Oracle. Hopefully you were able to at least get a little bit of laugh out of all of the craziness here tonight. I know it's kind of a little bit of a wild time there. So here's hoping that everything just gets a whole lot easier. I know it's going to get probably less easy before it gets easier again. Come on. There we are. There's some more here. More of our light there. Oh yeah, we can still get some more light on the end of that. Oh, we never did do the lighter green thing over there. No problem. We'll get to that. This is my blending brush. Yeah, this is my micro blending brush. There we go. Same over here on this side. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Again, thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Touch more of our light there. What is the... Yeah, we'll still get a little bit of light on that. Yeah, we won't be able to do the little tattoo thing on the shoulder. Kind of covered by this this thing on the neck here, around the shoulders, I guess that is. Yeah, I'm gonna hit this with this lighter stuff, then we'll come back with some Van Dyke Brown glaze stuff over that to knock that back down again. So a couple areas that I'd like to kind of restore with our dark. But let's get this greener before we forget. There. And then some there. So, and then what I might even do, might even grab just a little bit of the phthalo green or something. And then try and do a little bit of a glaze, some kind of glaze on that here. Let me get this darker stuff. We will do the umber. Not umber, well, it's the Van Dyke Brown from Richardson, which is kind of like Van Dyke umber. It's we did do a video on it not too long ago. It was one of our color theory and oil videos. Just to test a bunch of different Van Dyke Browns. I think we had 3 of them. Learned some really interesting little factoids about each one. A little bit of dark under there. Sharpen up those edges a little. Nah, blending brush. There we go. Also too, maybe on the fingers here. Let's get a bit more separation maybe on those. Back to this guy here. Now I got a big old piece of junk on the end of the brush, so we're going to try and get rid of that. There's a few areas here that maybe the dark that I want to just kind of bring back a little bit. Can't always just be light, light, light. Sometimes you need to, well, when in doubt, make things darker. And yeah, here, let's get some light on that, or some more of a shadow on that, sorry, to make it, this appear lighter. Sometimes by making things darker, what's around it just becomes lighter by default. That means then you don't have to try and just absolutely highlight something into oblivion. I've seen that happen. Seen people just say, well, this just needs to be lighter and lighter. It's like, no, actually, it needs to be darker. Make it darker. Speaking of which, we will do that around the knees over here. Now, let me see if I can on the going with some kind of a yellow, really, really, really light yellow here. We'll take this. A little more of the Indian yellow into it. Okay, I think this will work. It's definitely opaque. Yeah, just gonna get the edges of some of these guys here. Little thing inside of them. Spin this around. We'll do the other side now. Let's get that side. A bit down there. And bit of our left and right, and this one little spot there. Okay. Now the ropes are everything kind of too similar of a color. I'm gonna see if I can do the violet and brown mix here. Get a little bit more of the that's the, well, essentially Egyptian violet. It's got a little bit of glaziness to it there, a little bit of pin line wash almost. That needed to also be darker. This thing too. Yep. Which makes that stand out a little more. Okay. Let me try some of this really dark stuff here again on some of these ropes, especially the ones that should really be in shadow. Nah, take my blending brush to that and kind of get rid of most of that. This is another area where I need to actually bring back some of my dark. Up here too. Separate that a bit. And there we go. So again, these are from The Printing Goes Ever On. And all three of these 3 hours, that's what they looked like. They were just that ebony flash primer, and that's it. Nice to see you there, Inganes. I hope that you're doing well. So happy Sunday there, Inganes. Can I actually go? I'm gonna take some of this. We'll mix it into this yellow here. I don't think, not sure that's really all that much lighter. I'm gonna try and get some more of this. Get that out of the brush here now. So great to see you there, Inganes. I hope again that you're doing very well. We had quite the hilarious round of combining basically Lord of the Rings and gummy bears together. It's a long story. This is going to be definitely the lightest green there. Hey there, M-Toys and Landrast. Gee whiz, did you guys miss all of the gummy bear Lord of the Rings stuff doing your RPGs? I guess the question is, A, is everybody still alive? And were the basic goals accomplished? Or was it a typical session where no goals were accomplished at all? Because that seems how a lot of RPG sessions go. So it's hobby time for MTOs. And MTOs, if you want to let folks know what you're up to at the Game Castle. I almost said the Game Castle in Arlington. I was thinking of the ballpark in Arlington, but that would be the Game Castle in Santa Clara. Two got knocked out, and then they made it. Yeah, it seems like people end up unconscious a lot in the fights. So yeah, here's the. These are just a few of the, and we have to have these sculpted digitally here. So these are. Recoil has been generating these. So there's Gumladriel, there's the Gumrog, there's Gumlum there, and then we've got Frodo Gumlins, and then Legumlas, and then Gumdoff the Grey. So yeah, someone's gonna have to digitally sculpt those so that we can make STL files out of them. And then we can have, that would be a real annual Gummy Bear Fellowship Challenge every October. Here we are. Didn't get the latest stuff on these leaves over here. Oh, there we are. Nice little light on the top of that. Definitely matches what we did on some of our other ones. Maybe even going to try and get some lighter stuff here on this saddle, such as it is up here. So MTOs, I hope that you can have. Are you going to be painting some more of your Tomb Kings there? And of course, Landrest, obviously, Aegean Elves is what's on the menu for you there. Okay, yeah, there we. And that's got again a little touch of the green in there. So I think it wasn't this weekend with the 40K tournament there, is it, MTOs? So surface tension, oh gee whiz, I don't, you probably just missed it. We were showing all of the fabulous AI images that Recoil has been making with all of our basically Middle Earth gummy bear universe. And it's been pretty incredible stuff. So yep, AD here will show you. Well, there's the one infantry. So one infantry there. And then our two Mahud Riders here. So 2 hours and 56 minutes ago, those had no paint whatsoever. So surface tension, if you want to share your Instagram link there, please go ahead and do that. Or not your Instagram, your Mastodon link there. Once, here we go. So yeah, there's again, you have Gumladriel, the Gumrog, Gumlum, Frodo Gumlins. Let's see, that is Legumlas, and then Gumdoff the Grey. Well, yeah, that's right. That the bone giant there. Actually, MTOs, if you wanted to share any images of that, I know you. I think you posted something there to the Instagrams on your bone giant. Okay, that's fantastic. So everybody can check that out, and please give MTOs a follow. Also, please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, if you wanted to post your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead and do that as we get some more of this. Get lighter green down in here. So there. You know what? We're going to do some of that on this rope even here. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. A whole bunch of super fabulous oil painted miniatures. Thanks Surface Tension, we could actually use a little bit of medicinal material right now. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. So everybody please check out the Insta link that MTO has just posted. And of course, again, give MTOs a follow because MTOs will be doing the streaming thing soon. And same thing for AD Creations. So AD, we have a basing video. Well, actually, multiple basing videos. There's the how we made this part of it, and then there's a whole more videos on the grass tufts, and then all of the different flock and foliage that we used. Surface tension. You know how this is a cavalry channel? Actually, let's see. Recoil suggested it's a camelry channel. Yes, it's a camelry channel. So it's very much been open mic night here, Surface Tension. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that was shared by AD Creations. And while you're at it, please also give AD Creations a follow. Let me get, you know what, some of the, heaven forbid, Payne's Gray mixed with the brown there to make a something super, super dark here. Oh yeah, we never did separate these things. Now we also need to try and get that little tattoo symbol on there. On the shoulder, which could pretty much just be this. And I think we've been doing it on this one anyways. Then we need our little lighter triangles to come off of that. There. It's the same symbol that we have done multiple times. We also need to start thinking about the on his head here. Just gonna keep that out there so I can remember what we're doing here. Boom. And then we have these. This is what we've been doing on all of these guys here. Hey there, Pascal. How you doing? Everybody, please give Pascal who's a follow. So happy Sunday there, Pascal. I hope that you're doing very well. And of course, please share your link there, because I know you've got. I know you have an Instagram post on your latest piece. So please, if you don't mind sharing that, that would be spectacular. So yes, everybody, please give Pascal Ruse a follow. And after you check out, so again, some really fantastic work. I know I think you're pretty excited about the latest piece that you've been working on. There it is. There's that Insta link. So again, please go check that out, and then please give Pascal a follow. Now you won't be streaming later today, will you? Because I know sometimes Sunday, maybe not necessarily Sunday mornings, but I know sometimes on Sunday you'll do a stream there. More of our right, there we go, right around his eye. Did we do the, no, we didn't do the other, we did the other camel, that's right. Some dark up here now. We'll try to do some streaming there. The SMC coming up there, okay. Wish you luck on all the entries there. And again, please be like surface tension and go check out that link that Pascal just posted. Again, you won't be disappointed. There's really fantastic painting going on there. Now again, as we add these, this is not dark lining here. We are definitely going for shapes, not just lines. Let me get the Eye of Sauron thing in there. Take a little bit of that off of there. Okay, let's go. Yeah, wait a minute, 1 second here. That's what's wrong here. We never really did get our dark stuff up here or there. Trying to again strengthen up some of those lines and shapes. Trying to think, what did we what did we do on the? I'm just gonna go for maybe a almost more like a neutral gray, perhaps on this here. Blending brush. Where's that little micro blending brush? Here it is. We're just gonna push that stuff around. So Pascal, let me see. I think in our last 6 streams we did 19 of these guys, start to finish, these Morgul Knights. Last few that we did on our stream last night were from Printing Goes Ever On. That one's from Kurzlik. Coming around with this kind of mid-range grade. Now let me see if we want to go a little heavier. I don't want that to be metallic looking. Actually, that's going to have some of our radiant blue, which apparently we need to really thin down in order to make that work. I was wondering about that. AD. Again, sorry I didn't have a chance to shoot you a whole bunch of messages today. Actually, my sister was here. It wasn't all that long, but kind of were strategizing about the anodyne machine and everything else. So I actually have another device coming here that should be here Monday. I'll tell you about that. We're gonna test it out and really see how that's the best way to set it up, and then we'll have to show her how to do that because she needs to be able to do that herself. So unlike here where I basically was able to put that on Kathy, she's not going to have that. And I was trying to stress that that is something you got to do every single day. If you want the benefits from it, you've got to do it every single day. Yeah, AD still it's probably going to be, I think it's actually going to be a couple, at least 3 weeks before they can say, all right, things are good enough, we can go ahead with this. I could see it being a month, actually. Let me do this right here. Well, let's put it this way. She still looks like Big Bird. So, yeah, when there's a little less yellow, because, and this is less yellow than there was. I'm like, wow, if this is less yellow than there was, practically must have literally looked like Big Bird, just minus the costume. Now, let's get some of this. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's actually going to make even more of a difference up there than I thought. Yeah, what are we doing on this? We have not done this little war paint here. Now we've got it, and we got to give him some eyes here. And then something else, some more detail on the face here. We'll probably have to, yeah, we'll have to come back with some of our darks and tighten up some of the edges on this, which is fine, no problem. Give me a little bit of the light. Oh yeah, there's actually, that's not skin color, that's actually like a little thing around his neck here. Grabbed a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. Not necessarily making that gold, but just something that was definitely lighter here. Got a little bit of that Indian yellow mixed into this here. Let's see if that's going to work. Yep. So again, these are from the Printing Goes Ever On, and good night there, AD. I'll try and shoot you a message tomorrow, and again, I think Monday is going to be the big day. That's where we find out if we actually got those funds or not. Anything else? Let's not go any further on that. Jeez, I gotta thin this down. Wow, look at that. Thin it down, and man, that just covers immediately. Look at that. First time I tried to put some paint on there, it literally just bounced off of there. You go back and you grab the a little bit thinner in that. Wow, it's like magic. Let me see. Oh gosh, we'll get maybe a little touch of light on these things, and then maybe the nose here. I was almost thinking of going the other way and making that a little darker, but let me see what happens when we go lighter on that. A little bit lighter up the side of that, and a couple of these things. Just maybe a little corner here and there. That's it. So Pascal, again, good luck with everything for Scale Model Challenge there. I know, gee whiz, trying to remember what the last big one was, and I know that at some point Monte San Savino happens, I believe. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some of that later, right in there. Where's our other? Ah, here is our other guy with that same shield there. Now I need to get maybe something like this. Say something. Oh, now that's a case that was way too much thinner, and that I could see that. Like if as soon as that touches this, it would just turn into a pin line wash. So I think yes, we were successful, and at the very last second, going, no, no, let's get rid of some of that thinner on that brush. Bit more of our light up there too. Now something right there. Also here. Do I need to get some? You know what? I'm gonna actually go get some of my dark here, and I'm gonna use the not indigo Payne's gray for some of this dark in here, just to make that perhaps look more stone or obsidian or whatever. That also sharpens up our edge there. So it's almost like we're using a sharpening stone. You know what? I might. Oh yeah, actually, that can help a little bit here on some of our tall grass stuff. Again, these are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing here. The figures 3D printed from Printing Goes Ever On. And we were just doing a couple of Morgul Knights from the Printing Goes Ever on our stream last night. Alright. And there. So some more here. Ooh, let's get the symbol up here. Pascal, there's just so many amazing bits that they do, and it's not all just fantasy stuff. There's sci-fi stuff too. I mean, even something just like these dark crystals or sharp crystals. That's what they were. Even something like that was really, really cool to use with these howling banshees, and the fact that they do different sizes, right? So they kind of have the big pieces, and then it kind of migrates on to the smaller ones. They did the same with the hoodoo rocks. So it allows you to create so many different environments. I mean, here's again some. So I really love these. I gotta actually print me out some more of those, and of course the candles and such. And then, well, the trees, right? I mean, that really does help for things like for our Galadrim Knights, having trees to hang those icicles off of. And then the real thing was, again, the oxalis plants. Yeah, they're the only place you're going to get oxalis plants that are 3D printable are from Make It Epic Basing. Nobody else does those. Yeah, surface. What was the? Oh yeah, I tried. I think it was the vines. Or maybe was that? Oh, that might have been Zabavka. Their vine. And some of the water lilies. I think that's it. Yeah, I think I tried printing out a bunch of the water lilies. They're very difficult because you do have to. Well, I have to cure them with the supports on, which makes things very interesting. And again, we were printing out some more. Oh, that's an earring there. Okay, that's good. I was also making a whole bunch of Scopy sheets. I mean, gee whiz, I think I baked like a dozen of them. Let me see if I can pull some of these out here without knocking everything over. 1 second here. Yeah, so these are all sheets. This is not all of them, actually. This is about half of them. So there's the Roman for Easterlings there. That'll be for Skaven. This is going to be for City States, the Greek theme roller. And then a pair of these for our Lizard Men. So yeah, that's the... We just did those. Actually, let me move these and do this. So those get flattened out a little bit. Where are we on here? I think, is this the one? Nope, this is the one maybe we were just using. Does he have one on the others? Well, can't really tell. But we'll throw something a little lighter on that. Oh, yeah. Yep, I'm just going to use this as a clean space over here. Trying to get a little touch of light down on the edge of that. There we go. This is the thicker, unless, do I need to go even thicker? I thinned, okay, yeah. So I thinned it down a little and poof, there you go. That's thick over thin and vice versa. Sometimes you have to play around and say, oh, yeah, okay, I must have gone thinner the last round on this, and I'll have to just go a bit thicker. And of course, you'll see how that's really going to change when we add, I mean, we've got at least 5 different colors of flock on there. We have 3 different tufts. These are homemade grass tufts that we did. I mean, even here, again, this, remember we painted all these on stream. It was just as, barren as this. But we've got some of the coarse turf. We've got the fine turf. We've got some medium turf on there. Again, another one of our homemade grass tufts. And you can see that's another extra bit of contrast, right? We have these kind of burgundy violet tones. We got the orange there, and then you've got that the green to juxtapose against all that. So yeah, surface tension. We did a few videos on these guys, trying to have that sort of Serengeti type feel to it. That savanna. So not too rocky because it looks very rocky here. Once all that flock and foliage gets down there, it does not look that rocky anymore, which is really cool. That was really fun that it worked out that way. Now, what is happening here on that face? Not a whole lot. Let me see if I can just add some darks to it first. Some asphaltum, some of the violet. Must have dark to show the light. And this might just be one of those cases. So we're going to throw that dark in there. Now let's see what we can do with some of that lighter skin tone. Take a little bit of that, dirty that up a bit. On the nose, lips, chin. On the cheek there, we got to do this side for sure because we have really nothing over there. We did get some light on the back of his head. Right. And again, look at how wide the footprint is of this Mahud. So this is why we do the base on an angle, right? Because now he can be separated from another figure, right? Another guy can still get in base contact with that, but now he fits on this base right here. Now we did the same kind of thing here with these guys. Remember, we were painting these up on screen. That's at the tree bark there. But remember, we did almost no painting on that base. Why? Because we were going to be doing all these snow effects. And speaking of AI, once again, here was the reference. We typed in Conquest Werewargs, brown fur, brown skin, Nordic tattoos, winter bases. It gave us that. And then we did these guys. So we did three of them, again, with the tattoos, the blood effects. So it was 3 videos just on that one unit of the Wereworks, and again, made use of the AI to try and help us out. Because sometimes you don't really know. You think, this might look neat. Well, like Recoil has been doing with the AI and those very hilarious Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any of the prominent gyms that people go to here that would go well with a werewolf theme. I'm not able to come up with too many that really go well with a werewolf theme. I don't know if there's any by you. Hey there, Dark Horse. How you doing? So, boy, Dark Horse, you'll have to go back and check out the part where we were coming up with all kinds of hilarious gummy bear Lord of the Rings themed stuff. To the point where I guess now I have to try and sculpt some Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. It's either that or we were able to find someone that could sculpt them digitally. Thanks, Doji. Glad that you could come back and join us here. So yeah, there's still, let's see, there still looks like probably 3 more infantry and at least one more camel eventually that we want to finish here. And there's other, I got to do more of the half trolls because I want to have a Muma kill with a whole batch of half trolls in the howdah, throwing rocks and also using it like an APC. Hey, Kirik, nice to see you again. Welcome back. I hope that your Saturday was fantastic. Of course. Let me see if I can first kind of move you over there. Now with this, we gotta get some really, I think, lighter stuff here on the hands. See if this is gonna do it here. Like that. More of that here. Get this going. Nice thumb. A little bit more on his thumb there. And now we have to come back with the dark. We think asphaltum might just do it. Let's get our asphaltum out here. In between the fingers here. And that does it. Looks like, yep. I'm gonna see if I can use our not indigo here. Give him some eyes. Nah, that just was a big old blob of dark there. We'll take that out. So Kirik, I hope that your Saturday was really fun. Appreciate you being here, of course, as always. And of course, we've been working for 3.5 hours, and we've been working on 2 of our Mahud Riders, and was our infantry here, working on him as well. Actually, let's get back to that guy, since we've got some of our latest light here. We are going to need that also to give him some eyes. Down in there. Now, are those the new ones from the that kind of starter box type thing? Well, I tell you, you get really spoiled with the printed miniatures really fast, because you get super used to the, well, no assembly required, essentially. It really lets you get into the basing and painting so much faster. Maybe I could, yeah, I guess I will go a little lighter than that, maybe. Surface tension, believe it or not, Gandalf, he insists that these are not blowpipes. He insists, well, again, there's all this grass around him, so he insists that there must be pipeweed inside these pipes, but they just keep shooting at him. Now, you would think surface tension, with him mentioning pipeweed so often, that he would have rolled at least a 1 by now. But he's actually survived, I think, 3 rolls. Yeah, he survived 3 rolls on that Gandalf 6 after mentioning pipeweed. So he's playing it fast and loose there, right? He's taking a chance. Now, Kirik, I don't know, maybe something like a grow tent, or I know some people have actually put him in closets, and well, I know someone actually, he put it in a closet that apparently the outer wall of the closet actually went to his garage, and he actually cut out a little hole and put a fan in there, and it's actually venting out into the garage. He also has a little heater in there, I believe. don't want to go too crazy with the later stuff on his hair. So yeah, apparently these guys are not as fierce about the leaf as say the Dunlendings are. Oh, that was another faction. Yes, the Gumlendings. So yes, Eisengum and the Gumlendings. Sorry, they are allied with each other. And of course the quest of the ring bearer is to get the ring to Mount Goom and destroy it there. Yeah, I don't think you want to be poking holes in walls like that. Yeah, you might have to unpoke those at some point because they may not appreciate that. Now on his belt, how do we want to approach this? Let me just try something like this here. Well, it's not belt. It's really just a whole combo of ropes. That's really all it is. And of course, it was a fairly significant day of college football here. Yes, indeed, there was at least one massive upset. There was a couple of other upsets, and then there was almost a colossal another colossal upset. Because Alabama almost they were flirting with a little bit of disaster there in Tuscaloosa against USF. I'm gonna try and get some little bit lighter, something on the bottoms of the feet there. Again, there's going to be lots and lots of flocking foliage on that base, so not super. Not going to do a whole bunch with this except maybe a little bit of our later blue here. Let me see what this does. Surface tension. Basically, all recoil did was type in, show me, Gandalf as a gummy bear. That was the search parameters were shockingly simple. And again, I'll bring those up one more time here. there was several of them here. Let's get these going. Whoops, that's not it. Here we are. That's not it either. There we are. So there's Gumladriel. There's the Gumrog. Whoops. This way. There's a Gumlum there. There's Frodo Gumlins. And there's Legumlas. And there's he was Gundalf the Grey. So yeah, he really did a tremendous tremendous job with those, and those are pretty hilarious, aren't they? Again, I just have to see if we can find somebody that could maybe digitally sculpt those for October. It would really truly be the ultimate gummy bear painting contest. Bringing it would combine many disciplines together. Now, do we need to? Yeah, let's get our darker stuff back in here, just like we did on the other one. So, the Van Dyke Brown, some of the asphaltum here, and here, let's get that right in between these fingers here, and those. Maybe here. Also, let me take the micro blending brush to that and cut that down a little. Underside of that yeah, okay. And think the one who's riding our Mahud also needs to have get a little bit of light added to that. Where's he at? It's over here. Yep. See if I can also get. Nah, that's a little too late. That's a little too late. Let's back off of that here. There. We needed sort of a mid-tone, not something quite so bright. Now, is this going to be too light for some of that skin tone? Well, maybe also tone that down a little. Okay, that's about as light as we can go then on the skin tone there. We are going to also try to get a little smidge of the reflected light on his chin there. Also this side. Like that. You know what? I'm going to just put me some of my fast matte white out here. Let's do that again. Some of this here. Some fast matte white. Where's it going to go? We'll just pop it there. We don't need a whole bunch. But things like the shield and some of the like the war paint stuff here on him, I want to make that a little bit. Oh, gee whiz, yeah, that's really going to make a big difference. Stuff that I thought was pretty light was maybe like a value 3 in comparison to this. Alright, looks like you can see that. Oh, yeah, that is a big difference there. Wow, yep. And I'm going to try and get some of that on this collar here. On this side too. Micro blending brush, there it is. Some of this little fringy stuff here. Gonna try and get at least a little something on that. Maybe say that's enough on that. We hit this a little more here. Ooh, there's a big old chunk of paint on the end of that. How's about we get rid of that? We don't want too much thinner either, so we're kind of reconditioning that brush a bit. And I also would like to get these smidge lighter down here on the end. We never, oh yeah, we did the other snoot, not this one. There we are. Some of the, little more around the eye here again. And then let me see what we can do on this fur here. Some of our lightest lights. Like this. Also over here. So this is pretty much our fast matte white here. So once we're doing this, this is can't really go much lighter than this. Catch the top of that saddle a little bit. His little darts there and his little quiver. back to our really light color here. Gonna hit again some parts of the camel here. Maybe even do a little bit of the fur texture in some spots. Not too much. Yeah, we definitely need some of it down here. Yeah. You know what? Some of these ropes might also try to find some light on these ropes here too. Like here. Because that, if that's all dark right there, right by the eye, that's just too much dark all in one place. Little more, yeah. Let's get this light coming down there from our ropes. You know what? That probably needs to be lighter there too, I think. I was hoping to do the end of that blue pipe there. I see with this little blending brush action I also need on that. We never really did do the lighter stuff on his hands. We're going to do that now too. Right here. We'll just come back with the darker stuff. It'll be easier doing it that way. Getting back to my lighter white here, and that little symbol here. Gonna try and make that a little bit lighter there. So see you later there, surface tension. Thanks for being here, of course. Appreciate that. So surface tension, have a good one. Oh, I guess we will see you on your Tuesday. Now get whether I'll be able to paint the those 28 millimeter scale ships. That still remains to be seen. I still actually kind of have to finish the preparation on those. Let's gear up. Oh yeah, let's get even more light on here. We kind of, I think, did this on the other two guys and didn't get this one here. So see later, surface tension. Any, yep, a little bit maybe later on those rocks there. Again, to a very, very, very simple base. It was just the bulletin board cork, and that is it. Yep, this side needs a little bit more of this lighter green here on the 3D printed tall tufts there. See you later there, Doji. Have yourself a good one. And thanks for being here, and hopefully we see you on your Tuesday. So Dark Horse, it has not been the easiest, I believe. Let me see. After the Thursday stream, I don't believe I even got to sleep until about 7:20 in the morning. And then today was another, I was like 6:45 or something, and then it was a very early wake-up call again because with my sister coming here to try and again lend some assistance with that machine and everything. Let's put it this way, we've come close to some sleep streaming. We've come very close on a few occasions. Trying to get a little bit more light right in there, yep. And then we'll take this. See how we can just pull that highlight down. Try and capture a little more of the light on the side of that. And oh yeah, here we are, some more of this. I suppose a little bit more on that rope there. I'm going to take my blending brush to that. Yeah, so that's how we can see, throw a little bit of light on there. We take Mr. Blending Brush here, and now it's blended into that. There's no mixing. There is. We're just not doing it on the palette. We're doing it here. Right on the surface. Why do it over on the palette and then have to haul it all the way over here? Why don't we just do it right here to begin with? That is why the oils take so little time. Not just to paint, but also to dry, because we're not mixing up a whole bunch of paint over here on this palette and then having to haul it over here. That's why 3 hours and 46 minutes ago, all three of these figures were paint-free objects. No paint on them, just primer. So everything basically was just that. And where's our other Mahud? So again, these two guys here, plus this one here. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. There's I got significant time savings possible. Also, the oils are far more rugged. So if it's something you have to transport around or worry about it getting knocked around, well, oils are for you, for sure. They end up being cheaper, ultimately. Because remember, you are not buying 50 million colors like people do with acrylics. I think there's maybe 12 here on the palette, and that's all there will be, and no more. And that's very typical, is to only have, say, 12 to 15 colors. I mean, that's the whole thing. That is not just, well, okay, yeah, for this one phase we only use that. No, that's basically just it. That's all there is. There's obviously, I guess we like to call them specialty colors that are used at times, like, say, the fluorescent colors. But usually there's a main core group of colors that tends to be the same no matter what it is that we're painting. Things like Van Dyke Brown, Indigo, Terra Rosa, the Mars Black, the Perline Black, and that's our dark green, Phthalo Green, Prussian Blue, something like a Naphthol Red, and those, well, again, the Van Dyke Brown, well, the Asphaltum, it's another one. Now again, something like this Puro Orange, well, it's really good for a number of different things. Obviously, it's been great for this army in particular. I think before it was taking Terra Rosa and mixing it with the Naphthol Scarlet. This has a bit of our violet in it here. Couple little shadow areas in here. So instead of making that lighter, what we're just going to do is just enhance the darks on this. And remember, a lot of this color, we did the lighter dry brush thing, and then remember we did the basically kind of the glazy type stuff. And down here, we're actually actively mixing that glaze with the lighter dry brush, because again, all that is still wet. With the oil paint, yes. Even with dry brush, it's still wet into wet. So we do recommend, you're new to the oils or whatever, you do things like the color charts, and maybe even just do a miniature that's, for all intents and purposes, black and light. One light color, one dark color, so that you're not trying to kind of struggle with the medium and also with the colors. Tackle one thing at a time, right? Just do one thing at a time. Don't have to worry about color theory and color contrast, all that. Maybe not that straight out of the gate. More of that dark up here. A little bit, it's a little too much, but that's what this is for, to take some of that away. Get a couple, the same like we did on the other one. Get a little more darks in these folds here. Maybe even just some more darks in general over here, and then take that blending brush, push that around. Now that I have this, wait, I'm going to try and hit this couple parts on this shield here. Let me do that real quick. Breaking that down. I just see a big old blob on the end of the brush. We're trying to get rid of that. Looks like we did. Now, when we do the terrain pieces for these guys, we'll kind of stick with the same color scheme, and then infuse some of these same patterns here. I need to reinvigorate a little bit of the lighter stuff here. Also trim away some of that dark. We did a little bit more of a pin line wash in there. Here we go. Because that should catch more light than down there. They're pretty much equal as far as how much light they were catching. So yeah, so we better make a change there. Here we Let's go back to this really light color here. Maybe we're gonna hit some parts of the grass. Also there. That's better. Right there, a little bit over the top of that. This rope might also try to lighten that up here. This, no, that really didn't do much on the spear. On the camel's nose here, we're gonna get a couple more lights there. We have this rope over here. That's right, when we tried doing a little bit of our glaze thing. Lost a little bit of that. Wow, look at how matte all that is. Now, remember how shiny this was when we did those initial glaze thing. I know it can be a little horrifying to see just how weird, shiny, glossy it looks, but that all does go away. So just something that you just kind of have to be able to sort of brace yourself for that and say, well, that's going to maybe look a little bit weird for a bit, and then all ends up better. Now this, trying to get a little bit more of the lightest orange up here, because this is where it would be, is all the way up here. I've also been trying to wait for some of the paint to set here. And again, We use that analogy of the bread in the proving drawer. Or you just made yourself a clay pot or whatever, you're not going to chuck that into the kiln right away. But you could, it would just go boom. So we don't want things to go boom. So that is why well, that's why we're working on multiple miniatures here too. That is another way, I guess, to remove the temptation to just kind of keep blasting away at the same area over and over again. Now, again, the orange that we're using here, this pure orange, it tends to be kind of on the slow drying side. Now, we are mixing faster drying things with it, but it still might take a wee bit longer than usual. Otherwise, these would pretty much just be dry by tomorrow. And that happens because of just the minimal amounts of paint. So I know people think, oh my gosh, it's going to take weeks to dry. Even my 2D art doesn't take two weeks to dry. It's usually dry sometimes that night. It's going to depend how much paint did you pile on there. Generally, the newer you are at the oils, the more paint you're going to pile on just because, well, you're used to acrylics. Where just due to the nature of acrylics, you have to really pile that paint on. With the oils, you can put the tiniest amount on there and just keep spreading it around. I know I painted, what was that entire mural that was about 130 some odd inches by 96 inches, and I basically used up maybe a tube and a half of paint tops. I don't even know if it was that much. That was total usage. They were ready for me to be using tube after tube of paint. And they were also shocked at how fast it dried. There was usually, again, dry by later that day. It's a super absorbent surface. Took advantage of it. Again, that's painted in fur texture. That's not actually there. It's over here a little bit, but we actually painted in some fur texture there. And of course, well, the other thing we've got going now, we're getting into that the brushstroke maintenance phase, as we like to call it, where maybe you see something that's a little bit, maybe there is a little extra paint there. You can take a brush that has no paint on it and just sort of stipple it on there, and what it does is it sort of pulls away the excess paint, and now you don't have the ridges that actually create that look of some brush strokes. Got the lighter stuff on the bottom of the feet. Now let's see if we can get this little symbol in here. We'll break that down. Right there. Good enough. I don't think we want to make the orange any lighter on the shield. Nah, don't want to do that. I am going to maybe take some of my Perlene Black. This will be a cooler version of it, and that's going to go maybe down here, yeah? Because I want the warmer stuff towards the top, but we need a little bit of a value contrast down here. It's also going to be a bit of a color contrast too, cool versus warm. Do that here. And like I said, we've got multiple basing videos that feature these guys, where we're doing the basing part of it, getting the guys on the bases, putting the tufts on there and everything else, and then after all the paint is dried, have another video where we're doing things like the flock and the foliage. kind of the final stage of these. So basically, we kind of will let these dry for a few days, maybe even try to get the other ones done too, and then do all of the flock and foliage at once. Or in the case of our winter bases, that would be all of the snow and ice effects at once. Yeah, okay, we got that. Yep, we got that. I'm looking at, you know what? Oh, that's right, we would do the violet here. That's our violet. We will mix it with some of this lighter stuff here. Let me see if this is light enough. Yeah. Try and get some of that on the rope there. Then we go a little bit lighter than that. As we do, there we go. A lighter over here, sure. That shoulder, okay, we did do the tattoo on that arm, so we're good to go there. Can't really see it on him. Can't see it on him because we got the caper, whatever. We have a caper there, so no, not gonna be doing any of the little war paint stuff on his shoulder. This little object right there from the basically the bridle, and then also, you know what? I'm actually gonna maybe do something a little bit later on the ropes on the ridge of his nose so that that actually has a little more shape to it. It can't just be all flat there. Try to lighten up that his nose right there. Also over here. Now yep, there he is. I'm gonna do this with the violet, the red, so we have kind of a reddish purple color there for any sort of tongue or whatever. Let me see about our other. Okay, don't have to worry about it there. Blending brush, minus all the fuzz. I'm going to try and reinforce the line of his mouth there. Now, some of these were printed out at a earlier time, and I've gotten some techniques down with the Soraya simple resin. As far as a lot of these, you just have to bake them with the supports on. But what I have found is that I can kind of break them from most of the supports instead of just having to cut away all the support. That's some of these older ones. That's how I was doing it. It's constantly evolving. The whole thing with this 3D printing is endless evolution. Well, the oil painting is the same way. Constant evolution with the oil painting. There's new colors that we found. Even this dark primer technique. It's something that is relatively new. Basically, it's all this year. And it all started with this guy. Where is he at? Here he is. It all started with this. Mostly because he was so fragile, I was worried about snapping pieces off of him doing our regular pre-glaze. I actually need to print out some more of those guys because, a few of them, I don't have those anymore. There we are. Blend. Oh yeah, definitely blending brush on that. Basically, it's just taking the edge off of some of that. It's not. I'm not looking to necessarily blend a color. I was looking to just kind of get rid of an edge that was a little too sharp in the wrong place. More of our. Yep, I'm gonna get some of that darker hair color in the shadow there. Back to you. He didn't have as much of that going on. Yeah, so we've done a bunch of these by Kurzlook. I think we've probably got about the same amount of Mahud Riders from Kurzlook Miniatures, and again here printing goes ever on. Get you as well. Yeah, I can't really reach down there. We need to do some eyes on him. Let's get a little thinner into this. Actually using that Payne's Gray again instead of the Indigo, just because it was out on the palette when I was doing my latest video. So it just kind of stayed out on the palette here while we're doing these guys. There's one eye for him. There's the other one. Oh yeah, we never did get the dark under here. This rope stuff here. Let me see if we can take our... go back to this orange maybe for... Yeah. I think I want a little bit... Wow, look at how easily that covers there. A couple hours ago, it would not have covered that easily. Now we can also, again, take a blending brush here and go like so. I think I might try to go a little lighter up in here. Let's see if we can do this now. Right there, and then on that too. Hey there, Thranuel. Nice to see ya. So Thranuel, I was baking a whole bunch of Sculpey again today. More stuff for, well, the Lizardman Army series and, of course, the Skavens. So now I've got a bunch of terracotta Sculpey baked for kind of carving things like sewer walls. I've got some Sculpey sheets of Green Stuff World texture rollers. Again, for more walls and sewer and like cobblestone streets and such. So yeah, we've been busy doing that because, well, things got a whole lot cooler here. And that made it a little bit easier to be able to be running that oven for a few hours each day. That was kind of one of the linchpins there of getting things like the lizards and the Skaven underway, was to be able to have the Sculpey stuff. Move this way a little bit more. And I might, like we did on the other one. Here, let me do a little adjustment here. So we'll take our Perline Black, a little bit of the Sphaultum there, and we're going to change that again to more of a grayish color, like we did on the other guy there. Okay, so we did that. Quick little change. Maybe we'll just use this right here. And that is going to go across the waist right here. So 300, well, at least it's not quite so early in the morning as I think last night. I know it's not exactly late, but it's definitely not 4 or 5 in the morning there. Let's see if it's 2:24 here. Is it 9:24 there? Touch more like, there we go. There's a whole lot of orange. Now we broke that up just a little bit here. Where's my... yeah, here it is. We'll use this. So it's quite the Saturday in college football. There were some big time upsets and almost a few other big time upsets. A little bit of our light right along some of that. Same over here. Just trying to get some. Ooh, that was going to be too much paint on there. Oh yeah. Just right in the nick of time said, you know what? I think there's just too much paint on that brush. All right, we'll do this now. And here. Might try to lighten this up a bit, maybe. Last little bit there. Yep. Gotta do something on the inside of that shield. And I think we will take some of our Terra Rosa here. We'll let it mix with some of that green. Nah, I'm gonna actually do something like this. Maybe the Van Dyke brown, let that mix with the green. Yep, that's a bit more neutral. Now, this is the other advantage of the oils, right? It's a hard to reach area. All I had to do was just chuck in some of that lighter stuff. There, remember that that glazy stuff we did? That's still sitting there. So I could use that and I could actually mix with it. I usually just call that blind blending, where I really can't see what I'm doing. I know as long as I can just chuck a lighter color down in there, and then that blending brush, I can let those essentially mix together. But I do have to get to the printer there because we don't have a print going right now. It ended right as I was just starting the stream, so I wasn't able to get down there and do a new print. But we have a bunch of printing stuff we have to do. Now, 4 hours and 14 minutes ago, these three, yes, all three of those were just like this right here. Again, no paint on them whatsoever. With the oils straight through. I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs, the follows, the cheers. Also, of course, the raids. We appreciate the raids. And, of course, all of the contributions to our, well, a new version of the Silly Marillion with all of the gummy bear references to some of our Lord of the Rings favorite characters there. and hopefully we will be able to find somebody to maybe digitally sculpt those and make those a reality for October. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for doing all of the moderations. Appreciate that. And I think actually we can head on over to Harmony because remember Harmony does Lord of the Rings. She's working on Thranduil right now, so I'm gonna hit the raid button here and get that countdown started. So yes, now hopefully we will be painting some very large 28 millimeter scale ships on our Monday stream. Oh, thanks Rico, then thanks for generating those images. That was really fabulous, a tremendous idea. So thanks again everybody, and I will see you on Monday.